Hi, everybody. Good evening, everyone. I am so excited to be here this evening. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, funny girl. Do you want to check your mic and see how you're sounding?
Happy Friday. Can everyone hear me?
I hear you perfectly.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be. Are you happy with me calling you funny girl? Is that your preferred?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Yep, that's fine.
Yep, you could call me Ray or Life and Vibe. I go by both. So I'm so excited that you're here. So
Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna
um
just
Go ahead. Yeah,
yeah, I want to make sure I just say hi to people here in the chat real
of
fast,
course.
and then we're
Yes.
gonna get you a little bit about your background and about how today this live is just for education and information purposes only. We are not treating or diagnosing anybody here. I am a certified licensed registered nurse with a bachelor of science in I have a bachelor of education and also a bachelor of science in nursing. Um, 15 years of experience in the healthcare field, over a year in graduate studies, training to be a nurse practitioner. So that's kind of my background. And why don't you just give your background, funny girl? And everybody in the chat, all the members who are here, I'm going to be shouting you out. But I want to get funny girl a chance to introduce herself. And then I
Sure.
thought you might be interested. I was going to bring up that one video where Foodie Beauty talks about her eating behaviors and the treatment that she received in Canada. There's like a video in Kuwait. You might be familiar with it.
Yeah, that would be great. That would probably be a good one to review.
Yeah, it's called About My Last Video, and she talks about it quite extensively. So I think people would be interested to know because I think she talks about the therapy in Canada. So
Yes.
I think it would be interesting to hear your perspective.
I can definitely add some insight on that, I think. So,
Absolutely. So why don't you
yeah.
go ahead? We're getting more and more people are popping into this live stream. So people are going to be coming out all throughout the night, funny girl. Um,
Awesome.
but why don't you go ahead? I'm excited that I'm going to let somebody else do most of the talking tonight. I'm just
Okay.
doing my bit at the start here, you know. Um,
No, no problem.
but I want
I
you.
can talk a lot though,
Oh, good, good.
yeah.
Because I'm kind of in a listening mood, this and learning mood tonight. Because this is all like, obviously, we touch on subjects of psychology as part of our nursing practice,
Yes,
but not into
yeah.
the depth that you do. But the college that I was attending, or the university here in the US, for my master's, did actually do mental health nursing, nurse practitioner.
Okay. Okay.
So that was always interesting to read their discussion board posts. So I got a lot of that insight into how they approach patients, which is very differently than how we kind of do it on our end of the other side of medicine.
Yeah, I would imagine that in that type of nursing, it would be more of treatment though, right? Not necessarily diagnosing.
Correct. So probably the only thing that we really get a chance to um diagnose is really depression because we use
Right.
the PQ9, is it?
Yes.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
talking? Is that the correct acronym? PQ9?
Yeah, there are several different assessments that can be used, right? It just depends on which one
Right. So
you're looking at.
I could administer those to a patient and then notify their physician. And then the physician could make decisions as to whether a lot of times they may be referred to further therapy because they were cardiac patients after big cardiac events. So we expected
Yeah.
them to be sad.
Yeah, of course.
So I did do a lot of that, but otherwise we're, requesting referrals from our friends over at the psychology and psychiatry departments with patients.
Yeah.
It's when they get
Yeah.
a little bit more complex. So yeah, go ahead and tell. So that's kind of my background. So kind of how little I know probably.
Well, when it comes to the medical side, obviously there you'll be more knowledgeable in that end of it. So I am a fourth year undergrad student at a university here in, I'm in Ontario in Canada. And I went back to, or I went enrolled in university at the age of 45. So I am a mature student.
Oh, we love
I
that
just,
here.
yeah.
We're all mature students around
Yeah.
here.
So, I decided that I wanted to go back to school to get my degree, and the opportunity came up for me to do that. So I enrolled, and I work full time as well. So
Wow.
yeah, I'm pretty busy. Now the
Well, thank you for
semester's
your
ended.
time tonight.
Oh yeah, well the semester's ended now for the year. I'm not taking any summer courses, so back again in the fall. But I'm hoping to finish my undergrad, by the end of this year, possibly end of the winter semester next year, and then move on to my master's. And then my plan is
Congratulations.
to uh, to hopefully get my master's in psychotherapy, specializing in addictions.
Wow.
So
Now, do you have an
yeah.
area of that's awesome. I think that's so needed in our society. Shoot, where I live in Virginia, we have, pockets where we have, still sort of remains of Purdue Global, or not Purdue Global, sorry, Purdue Pharma. Sorry, Purdue Global was the college
Yeah.
that's Purdue Global's my university. So I should
Well, I mean, unfortunately, in Canada, we tend to be a little bit behind when it comes to what is seen in the US, but the we are seeing now that the problem with addictions is incredibly high now here in Canada, affecting a large majority of our population. And I did a placement at a safe consumption site
Hmm.
this past semester, and I'm continuing to volunteer there as well throughout the summer. And it's a little bit of a different world for sure. I hadn't been exposed to that type of environment before, so
Now, is that where, addicts are able to safely use? Is that
yes.
what okay.
That's one, yes, so that is one option, but what they also offer there is tons of resources,
Okay,
tons of resources. So there's always a medical staff available at when the safe consumption site is open. So anybody who needs medical attention can come in and receive it.
awesome.
If they want to come in, and it's all about harm reduction as well, right?
Well,
So,
absolutely. They had not to interrupt, but we had
nope.
in the, very early '90s a program in the UK because where I lived in London up, by Maida Vale and Kilburn, had a lot of heroin addicts, and,
Yes.
they would, walk around with jumpers on with like the hole cut right in the middle of where the AC is. And it would always be like a abscessed, vein or something there. But the pharmacies that were um, dispensing the methadone were starting to be required to open up the like areas where they could go upstairs and consume in safety and away and off the streets and stuff and just be available if anything were to go wrong. At least the pharmacist was available to the person. So that's when they
Yeah.
started. It's probably changed. That was probably a very early program in the 90s
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
UK.
But it's those grassroots, initiatives that help build up the services that are needed within the community. So, especially for people that don't necessarily understand why they're needed, like
Right.
help, from the medical side of it, it helps reduce hepatitis, HIV,
Mhm.
those types of
Oh,
social diseases that,
and other things I don't think people even think about, like, they'll get all sorts of cardiac issues because of
yep,
the heavy drug use.
yep,
So they'll end up with needs for pacemakers, which they don't maintain and manage. So that'll end up being problematic. They can easily end up with endocarditis and so have to have valve replacements. I have met a lot of um, people who had serious addiction issues who've had to have full heart transplants.
yeah, yeah. So
I've worked with a lot of those patients in cardiac.
yeah,
So
I
yeah.
mean, Unfortunately, that's a negative side effect of doing illicit drugs is the havoc it plays on your physical body, as
Right,
well as your mental health as well. But,
right.
you know, um, everyone still deserves healthcare though, regardless, right? So
Absolutely.
that's
And
my
I
view on it, anyways. Even when it
uh,
comes to people like Chantel.
absolutely. And the funny thing is, it's obviously here in the US, it's always, one of those things. It's a business, unfortunately,
Oh
that's kind of
yeah.
how it started and progressed in this country. And that model, when it started, it just became impossible to stop the model because too many people then, businesses became involved and, lobbyists. So it's a little different here. But obviously, having grown up in the UK, I've been familiar with a nationalized healthcare system. And then, I lived in Mexico, so I'm also, more familiar with just being able to pay for healthcare quite reasonably. And so, yeah. So you actually are from the area in Canada that our friend Miss Chantel is from. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm in on the same province that she is from. Not exactly her area, but I'm in the same province. I would say I'm about 3 hours
Okay.
away from her or away from that area. So
Okay. So that, but you're familiar with the kind of, the resources and the type of things for that particular province.
yes, yeah,
Awesome. Awesome.
yeah,
That's great. Okay.
yeah.
So why don't we start with taking a look at this video? I'm going to bring that video up and pop us small. And we're actually, Ontario is a huge province. Oh, I'm sure. It's probably bigger than the UK.
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah, and I will say that quite openly and not and laugh about it. So, see, the British are always self-deprecating.
Yeah, I don't want to say exactly where I am. I'll just say that
Oh,
I'm
absolutely. Oh,
southwest
no, I
of
don't wanna have any
Toronto area.
oh, we're not
Yeah,
doxing you tonight, girl. Don't you worry.
yeah,
Hey, I dox myself all the time. I'm surprised nobody's come to my house. They probably saw my dog, so that's probably what keeps people away. Okay. All right, we're gonna bring up Miss Chantel. Okay. We're gonna share the screen. Okay. So, are you familiar with this one where she comes on out and, she talks about her issues? Let me see if I can get this like that. We're gonna go like that. Yeah, are you familiar with this video?
I'm sure I am. My how long ago was it posted?
Oh, not long ago. Let me see. Let me put it back down. Uh, 10 days ago. And it's one where she
Yeah, I should be. Yeah.
okay. Awesome. Now, did you want to say anything before we start playing the video? Do you have anything that you want to preface or say about what we're going to talk about tonight? Just to prepare the audience as we go along.
So anything that I'm going to discuss would be in regards to identifying behaviors and how they relate to addiction. So applying clinical skills, but also how they would relate to the DSM-5 if possible, or maybe clarifying why they don't relate to the DSM-5.
Right.
Because food addiction itself is actually not part of the DSM-5.
Right, right. It's kind of
So
like doesn't isn't it often its own kind of subsection somewhere in it
it's not
then?
it's not recognized as one of the so addiction itself, or now called substance abuse spectrum,
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay.
or substance abuse disorder. So
Okay. Yeah, I'm
and
familiar with that one.
under yes, so under the DSM-5 there are what they call eight primary spectrums of psychiatry. And that's where they list the most, I don't want to say prominent, but probably the most diagnosable uh, disorders when it comes to psychiatry. And then they do have it's like a secondary area of diagnosis, which behavioral addictions falls under. but food addiction as a diagnosis under the DSM-5 does not exist. Now, in saying that, the behaviors that you see with food addiction match a lot of the behaviors that are used to diagnose the addictions that are in the DSM-5, which are alcohol, drug,
Right.
gambling. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
wow, gambling's included into
so
that.
yeah, gambling
Wow.
was added to the most recent edition of the DSM-5.
What year was that? Because this will tell you,
Um,
I don't remember that. I do
I
remember the
want to
drug
say
and the alcohol, though.
2012, 2013.
Okay,
Let me just
okay.
check. I have my little short
Hmm.
menu here. It was
I always find that fascinating that which ones they do and don't include.
yeah, yeah. So now binge eating disorder is in the DSM-5.
Okay,
Binge eating disorder, though, is very different from an addiction.
okay. And so, obviously, we're not talking about anybody specifically.
No.
How would you, compare the 2? 'Cause I'm always thinking that there's a little bit more of a different mindset with the participant or the person who would be having the binge eating and then the person who's having the other. So can you explain to everybody what is the difference?
Yeah. So when you're talking about somebody who's dealing with a behavioral addiction, sorry, you're probably going to hear me getting up and down a little bit because I have two dogs and they like to go in and out, and you might hear them barking in the background as well.
Oh,
So if you
if you
hear
ever
that,
heard
that's
my
what they are.
videos, June bug
So
regularly appears.
yeah. So
And he
when
wasn't,
it
he's
comes
just ate and
to
fell asleep.
yeah, behavioral addictions. Um, Food addiction. So when it comes to any type of addiction, it's a compulsion that can't be controlled. So if you look up the definition of food addiction, it would you would say something along the lines of food addiction would be a compulsive urge to eat certain foods that that give you pleasure. So you're getting that. So when you're a food addict, you're looking for that release of dopamine and serotonin in the brain that
Hmm,
you would get if you just the same as you would get with any type of addiction.
right,
So
right.
and they're often you get cravings for certain food, and it's also defined by highly palatable foods. So that's where you run into the issue with junk food, right?
Okay.
Because it's highly palatable. So people love to eat junk food. I love to eat junk food. I
Don't we
struggle with
all?
eating junk food. Yeah, absolutely. I do. I struggle with eating junk food. So so now the two can exist together too. So if you're talking about someone that's been has a eating disorder, you're talking about someone who and this is probably all going to sound very familiar. You're talking about somebody who eats very quickly. They will consume a large amount of food in a really small period of time. They probably won't feel like they have any control of what they're eating and how much they're eating and when they should stop. And then they continue to eat even when they're full. And then they will often eat alone. Um, and then you get the feelings of, guilt, which can lead to depression and self-disgust and things like that.
And that's
So
interesting, sorry to interrupt, because that's what I've usually said from the start, from what I remember reading, because we did look at these disorders when I was studying to be an RN. And I have always said, she says she has this, but, in my understanding, that usually is a very private act. It has shame and guilt around. It's a very different behavior. And
yes,
so from what I feel that it's being exhibited, when I watch Foodie Beauty, in a mukbang situation.
yeah, no, for sure. And something that you might see different between, say, someone that has an eating disorder and someone that's dealing with a food addiction is you're someone who's dealing with a food addiction, it's going to interfere with their daily life. So they are going to avoid the responsibilities in order to get that, to get access to the food that feeds their addiction. So they're not going to go to work, or, they're you're going to see things like ordering takeout 3 or 4 times a day, or, going to the grocery store and, buying only junk food, and things like that. So the behaviors that you see when it comes to an addiction generally are the same from one addiction to another. It's just the substance is different. And it becomes on a spectrum when you're diagnosing someone with an addiction. It's how much of a negative impact is it causing on this person's life. um, is it, creating nothing but negative consequences on their life, or are they able to manage the behavior and live a fairly quote unquote normal life?
Right.
Or are they on the other spectrum where maybe they would be considered ascetic, and they don't leave their house or they don't do anything because they can't, if they do, then they're going to lose control over
Right. And
their
now with the
behavior.
internet, it's more dangerous than ever because there's all
Yes.
sorts of addictions, from
Yes.
shopping to
Yep.
food to sex to
Yep.
yeah, gosh, I mean, I can sit here and think of even exercise, can be
Yes.
an addiction, or what the orthorexia with the sort of restrictive, healthy eating attitude, I think is one as well.
Yeah.
Um,
So anything that basically, you know, any behavior that promotes that release of, the serotonin and the dopamine to excess, and then you have to keep doing that behavior in order to get that serotonin and dopamine to keep dumping in your brain, is eventually going to lead to more negative and negative behaviors.
Right. Things that are going to end up having you break relationships with your family, potentially have, traffic tickets,
Yeah.
job
Yeah.
loss, anything that's, going to be a fault. Now, some people, like, can be like some of these, athletic addicts, because there's plenty of those. I've seen some running addicts in my time as a runner.
Yep.
People can
Yeah.
get some
No,
crazy going on
like I said, yeah, it can be almost,
because there's a
anything. It
release of
really can be.
dopamine throughout
Yeah,
running,
and that's what
that's the
yep.
runner's high they talk
There,
about. So
exactly. Yep.
people get
Yep.
addicted to that runner's high. Okay,
Yep.
so let's play a little bit of our young lady here.
Yes.
I think. Do you think we have a pretty good understanding between the two ideas? We're not, like I said, we're not treating or diagnosing anybody. We're just kind of
No,
just hearing what this person says is a case study, and then you'll let us know
exactly.
kind of what the treatment modalities, or what really would have been the appointment that she attended. What the process and protocols are. I think would
Yes.
be interesting. But yeah,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. So just, yeah, it's important to note that, throughout these conversations we're having, there are no official diagnoses happening here. This is
no.
just applying, clinical skills to behaviors that are presented.
Absolutely. And they are presented, unfortunately,
Yeah.
and with different and varying reasons as to why they have these behaviors, which gives me a thought that they potentially have very little insight, because they haven't spent enough time in therapy.
Yeah, I
From
don't, yeah.
somebody who has,
I'm not sure that, yeah, there's been any time, but we will see.
from
Very
somebody
little,
who
if any.
sadly, or for actually for probably good, started taking herself to therapy in the 90s.
Yeah.
And I was so desperate for it. I was living in Mexico at the time. I always tell people that my therapist only spoke Spanish. At the time, I spoke very good Spanish. So I was so desperate to get therapy. I met my therapist in person, and I did it in Spanish. So
Yeah. Well, when it comes to, seeking therapeutic solutions and speaking to professionals about anything that's going on in your life, I'll always, obviously, I'm going to advocate for it, considering that's what I want to consider continue my education in. But, everyone kind of lives in their own bubble. We
mm,
all have our own biases.
right.
And, everybody needs a good support system. And I think it's important that you have somebody in a professional capacity that you can reach out to if you feel like you need additional support in for anything.
Right. Especially if
Anything.
you don't feel like you're, able to necessarily navigate through a decision with your
Yes.
family being unbiased about it,
Yeah,
and
exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
or your
Because
loved ones.
yeah, and um having like I said, having a strong support system is important to everybody. And but sometimes, you know, you can't see past your face as to what would be what's actually going on, and you just need that outside perspective from someone who really has no skin in the game, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I can't speak, like I said, I can't speak highly enough. I've had, um, been very lucky to have been able to access, a lot of, therapeutic services through insurance or through my colleges, universities here in the US. And that's, services that I definitely, took advantage of, and they helped me out because they knew I was pretty much alone and an adult student. So they wanted to make
Yeah,
sure they supported me as best as possible. So,
and
any
fortunately, I think that you know healthcare as a whole is starting to incorporate more holistic treatments, and that the cure to everything is not necessarily a medication. So
right.
it's nice that and that you continue to see destigmatization of mental health issues
Yes.
as well, which is nice. So
Yeah, we had one thing that we introduced at oncology, hematology, cancer, blood, just so people, because people say I use too many medical terms. um, and I was in an outpatient, but we actually did do infusions and everything there. And obviously we were seeing patients, and we had like tablets where we actually would kind of follow up with their mental health, and and they were more healthcare systems, especially with specific diagnoses that have a lot more burden to bear with the diagnosis, tend to be focusing on trying to get mental health services to these patients. They're doing a little bit better.
right,
Well,
and I think I think too this people are becoming more aware of if you're have really struggling with your mental health, and that is going to take a huge physical toll on your body as well.
absolutely. And that's why I wonder sometimes with this is that, obviously I know that from a medical perspective, the case study we're looking at this evening struggles with a lot of medical issues. So,
Yes.
all right, let's just get her
Yep.
started. Let's just hear the first part of this. I went to minute 4. So I'm gonna go back like another few seconds because I think she just says hi to everybody. All right, I'm gonna put her at 1.25 because everyone tells me she's so slow.
Yes.
Which I I'm not. I've been actually, I either get people saying I have a very strange, weird accent, or I get people from Europe thanking me for the ease of the English that I speak and how much they appreciate it. I'm here for my Europeans, man. No, I'm just teasing. Okay. All right. Let's listen to our friend. We're gonna play her for a moment. And then I just kind of want your thoughts about how she's presenting this conversation. Does that make sense? In a
Yep.
case study,
Yes.
non-diagnostic treatment
Yep.
way.
Yep.
We're always going to preface this. Don't you worry. I don't diagnose or treat anybody either. I'll tell them what they need to do if they've said they have that disorder, though. If you tell me you're a type 2 diabetic, Chantel, and you're eating like you're doing, girl, I'm going to call you out. Everybody, he's a member. Please drop me a sad pancreas in the chat, please. If your pancreas is super sad. Okay. I just have to say that. That's my thing. All right. Let's go, Chantel.
I had made an extra pizza and for Salah, but he didn't eat it last night. And then so here's an example of when I overeat versus when I binge. Okay. So like last night, if I were to like have a binge, I would have eaten the leftover pizza after maybe like another hour or so. And then I would have also justice for Celeste pizza. Then I would have hi SUP. Then I would have also had like bread and labna, more noodles, more snacks. I would have eaten like a whole thing of chips, like maybe more than one bag probably. That's like a full on like after because like that was technically my second supper. Like I only had one meal that day and it was like a healthy meal. So I'm not excusing the noodles and the pizza. That's not healthy no matter what. But and it was eating too much, like it was overeating, but it wasn't what I would consider a binge because especially since, like I just described, that's what a binge is like for me. Just like after eating a couple of meals for the day, whether they're healthy or not, going back into the kitchen late at night instead of sleeping and just eating whatever I can, you know, candy bars. Like I said, I would probably make another couple packs of noodles. Hi, Dora. Was the pizza? The pizza? No, they were pita pizzas I made.
Okay. Just starting out the gate. I thought that was quite an interesting use of vocabulary.
Yeah, so what I hear there, listening to that, is justification. So denying as well as to what did happen. If I was reading that, if that was presented to me, then the question I would ask is why did she feel that that wasn't a binge? Because
It was
the
a
amount of
second supper.
right, yeah.
What do you mean?
I thought only hobbits had second, second breakfasts and second.
No, actually, I'm going to let you into a little secret. In my family in Northern Ireland, okay, my family was very traditional there in a town called Carrickfergus, Northern Ireland. Shout out to Northern Ireland, folks. Anyway, my grandmother had like 7 kids and she had to actually do like food and shifts because there just wasn't enough room in that tiny house. The house was tiny.
Well, yeah.
So
I
anyway,
can imagine.
there was breakfast, lunch, tea time, which is what we think of dinner here, and then what they called supper, right
Right.
before bed. But supper, so not to say that my grandma didn't have diabetes because she did at the end, type 2. But anyway, supper was always like a cup of tea and like my grandma used to make these caramel toffee like crumble bar things that were just with chocolate on top that were just so good. And that would usually, or biscuits. It was always a sweet. And that would be supper.
So
So maybe
yeah,
she's
so
referring to that supper.
maybe. So maybe yes, it's she's also from Northern Ireland as well as living in Kuwait now. So she's experiencing multiple cultures at the same time. Maybe that's why.
Yes,
So
maybe that was is that a tradition in Canada to have like because obviously where my family were from in Northern Ireland, they have a little but it was a sweet. That was what they called supper. Or maybe a little sandwich.
no, not one that I know of. Typically, I think traditionally it would kind of be your 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And a lot of snacks.
And a lot of snacks, yeah. So, but I guess it depends maybe too. Like, I wonder, when you say that there would be like a later second supper in Northern Ireland, if that is like, did that develop from having to go back out to work in the fields after like tea time?
I don't know if it was that or they were happy after they were no longer rationed after the war.
Oh, okay, that could be it too. Yeah, that could be it too. Yeah. So,
You
I mean, a
know?
lot of these things have sociological roots, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
So it
So,
might
but
be from not feeling deprived anymore,
yeah,
after the history of famine and stuff in Ireland. So
yeah. Now, in this case study that we're looking at,
yes,
this
let's circle
second,
back to the case
yeah,
study.
this second supper happened, I believe was it midnight or 1 in the morning her time?
Well, you know what's so funny about that? You mentioned the time, funny girl, because Chantel has a sock account called Sarah Lee,
Yes,
and she
I'm
came on
familiar.
in. You're familiar, great. Well, she came on into my comments section to let me know just because she said it was that hour, why would I believe it?
Right.
So,
Oh,
yeah, that was
yeah.
her response to that. And she's
Yeah.
written a lot of things because I've said that obviously I've believed in my professional judgment. She's more and this is me just stating I'm not treating her diet. In what I've read, looking at the behaviors, it has lent more to the food addiction side to me. And she's written about having the food addictions, the BD. I mean, she's done it all in my comments. I promise you.
Yeah. And it could definitely be both. It could be one, it could be neither. Without
Now,
um
can they coincide together?
yes, yes, they can. Yeah.
Okay.
So just like other, diagnoses on the mental health spectrum, they can, coincide with both. And, based on displayed behaviors, there's more than those two, obviously, that I have I have seen, that would go beyond just food addiction and binge eating disorder.
Right. I mean, she's had other, obviously with some of the substance uses as well when she has access.
Right. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
don't help
So, I
this
mean,
necessarily.
yeah. So if she was to gain control over even one of those, it would make a huge difference to her outcome.
Right. But I don't think, in my professional judgment, if she doesn't get help from outside, and I'll ask you a little bit about the other thing. She's not going to have great success. That's kind of how I
No.
see. You
No.
agree? Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we can talk more about,
Right.
treatments later on if
Right.
you'd like.
And she definitely likes the carbs, the salts, the sugars, all the things that food scientists have worked out that people get really
Sure.
addicted to.
Yeah, who doesn't, right? Yeah.
Right. Salty, sweet.
Yeah. And I mean,
Oh,
and there's a lot of empirical evidence that says that, it changes your brain chemistry just as much as any other substance might.
oh,
Like, yep.
absolutely. I've been very fortunate that my mother wasn't a fan of it when I was a kid. And so I really have, I mean, I used to have some of it, but I don't keep a lot around. I'll have like prepared fruit in the fridge, because I try to be cognizant of, not getting tricked down that pathway. Because I know
Yeah, and
once I become closer to, get age, sorry to interrupt, that, your taste buds change. And so a
yes,
lot of older folks always want ice cream and puddings. So,
yes, yeah. Yeah, yes.
and so I need to prepare for that time. So I don't. All right.
And
Let's look.
sometimes I think when you get to that age, that's okay.
Oh, yeah. I've said to
Yeah.
the children, like, they're eating. Just let it
Yeah,
go.
exactly.
All right, let's hear what else she has to say because she goes on about this quite a lot in this video. Whenever we feel like she's said enough, we'll call it quits. All right, keep going, Chantel, because I just find it interesting too that she shares it with the audience. And
Well, I mean,
let me know what you think about that.
well, I was just so, I mean, even just the start of this video is completely different from the one that she posted the night before. right?
Right.
Like her whole demeanor is different.
Right.
And like the
So I
first,
thought this would be interesting to look at.
yeah, like the first few minutes is nothing but, like I said, justification explaining why this wasn't a binge.
Right. Right. Which I don't know. If that's just
Instead
your
of,
normal supper girl, that's scary.
right, so, instead of acknowledging that, because, when she was discussing it the night before, it was acknowledging, you know, how bad it was for her.
Right.
So,
We'll let Miss Chantel continue.
yes.
I could even show you. Hold on a second, okay? I don't know you, but you feel it too. Feel it too.
Yeah, cheekbones, you're right about that.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that? What cheekbones while Chantel decides to disappear off her own live stream?
So again, that's the case when it comes to many people who are fighting addictions, right? They are trying to fill some sort of something inside of them that doesn't feel right. So whether it's, loneliness, or they, are using substances to not feel anything, to
Right.
numb everything. Uh, they do not like how they feel as a person in their current state, so they need to, get rid of that feeling, to feel something to make them feel comfortable. And depending on what the substance is, if they're using some sort of, use alcohol or opioid, or really anything, I guess it could be applied to anything, is that, you become dependent on it just
Right.
to feel normal, just to be able to get through the day. And again, you see that in certain behaviors that are displayed in this case study when certain foods are being consumed.
Right. Yeah. All right. Let's try. Thank you. Thank you for she definitely seems to be filling a void. So let me see where she decides to come back to her own stream. Okay. Come on, Chantel. Okay. Here she is. Coming on in.
This is Salah's pizza. I bought 2 of them. He had 1. This is his pizza. This is the leftover pizza that's still in the oven. I know. I forgot it there. After he's like, I'm not hungry for it. We kind of fell asleep. And, shortly after. And then this is the difference. Okay, so this is way bigger. My pita pizzas. And this is like, I don't even like these. I don't know how he likes these. No offense. They are weird. The taste to me is weird, but he likes them. So, but no, I didn't eat his pizzas like people think I did. So that's a flex. Are we dieting?
Is that a flex? That she just doesn't specifically like that brand, and therefore she avoids it. So no matter how hungry she would get,
Yes.
she would not touch that.
Yeah. Somehow I think that if it was the only option, it would not matter what it tasted like to her. If that was her only option. And
Right.
and then it would just, what can I add to this to make it better? So we all know that there's a lot of cheese that can be added to stuff like that. So
Cheese mountain over there. Just I
yeah.
can't imagine the amount of fat and sodium. So all I can think is fat and salt, girl. Fat.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
don't want to be her coronary arteries.
Yeah. Yeah. It surprises me that, with a diabetes diagnosis, extremely high blood sugars, because diabetes is just as bad for plaque and cholesterol
Oh,
as,
absolutely.
yeah. So I'm surprised that she hasn't had some sort of cardiac event yet, or at least one serious enough that it's affected her.
She's still kind of a little bit on the young end, but she's kind of starting to get closer from my experience working in cardiac nursing for many years.
Yeah.
If nothing improves, then it will at some point.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
it's inevitable. Yeah. Yeah.
right? Unless she started to get like suddenly lots of medical care, and then they're doing cardiac rehab, pulmonary rehab. They're on 2 liters oxygen nasal cannula. You know, they're rolling around like that, and getting pulmonary hypertension and every other really bad comorbidity along with it. And uncontrolled. At some point, it just seems like their blood sugars become more and more difficult to manage.
Yeah.
And that will be, and that's with somebody who's actually receiving, medical follow-up. But usually they've just realized they can't breathe well, and her breathing is starting to not be great. And it could be coming from cardiac is often one of the reasons why that will stall more than the actual lungs themselves. The heart not working well. All right,
Yeah.
Jen, let's keep going, Gil, because like I said, I'll bore everyone with the medical stuff. I had somebody tell me, "What are you going to do a reaction without talking about medical stuff?" I was like, "There's so many other reaction channels that don't talk about medical stuff."
Yeah, I mean, I like the medical because it gives people an idea of the damage that's actually occurring.
Right. I think that's potentially why they don't like me mentioning it so
Yeah.
much. Promise you, even my nursing colleagues used to laugh at me for having discussions about nutrition with my cardiac patients, post
Yeah.
catheterization, like, oh, okay, let's just have them eat like the same way so they can come in for another cath. Okay,
Yes. Yeah.
let's keep going. Let's keep going, Chantel.
I don't know about dieting, but mall Chinese. I love mall Chinese. It's hard for me because I feel so isolated from the world because of my anxiety and trust issues. I don't have a single friend. Yeah, Shannon, I totally get that. That's like I have friends, but they're like people I've known for a long time and they're virtual. So it's hard for me to make new friends and trust people because I don't know. I've been screwed over so much by people. But you know what? I don't say that with any scorn or any malice. It's just I've screwed people over in life and I've been screwed over in life. And I've learned though, like nobody's perfect. Everyone is flawed. We're all mirrors of each other in a lot of ways. So yeah, it is what it is. But to make new people, so that's why, like for me, I have like really bad trust issues that I'm trying to overcome. But
So she relies on this excuse a lot. She says nobody's perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
She assumes that I think and again, as another form of justification for her actions and her behaviors, is that everybody does this. She's just the only one who talks about it out in the open. So, how dare somebody judge her for talking about it out in the open when she thinks that everybody does it because, nobody's perfect. I mean, and she's right. Nobody's perfect, but people that want to make change and want to better themselves have to acknowledge why they aren't perfect and that they need help.
Right. And I feel like she thinks it's like one and done.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. She goes to one therapy appointment and that's it. She's cured. She doesn't need any more. That's it. Didn't
Right.
work for her. One appointment
Right.
didn't work. The therapy doesn't work for her.
Right. And she's going to talk about the Canadian therapy coming up in
Yes.
this.
Yeah.
So, and then we'll talk a little bit then about like an initial intake and stuff. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
all right, let's keep going then. Because she's, this, like I said, I think pretty much most of this live stream was discussing a lot of these issues in and out of her, saying hi to people in the chat.
Yes. Yeah.
Because, it'd be interesting if she actually came out with maybe a study or something, but she has no sources but Dr. Google.
Oh, TikTok. She gets everything from TikTok. Yes.
Oh, well, that's always a legitimate source.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I trust everything I would see in TikTok.
Yeah.
Absolutely everything.
Yeah.
All right. Keep going, Miss Chantel.
Thank you to whoever. YouTube can do that if they feel it's necessary. Courtney Speed. Oh, gifted you a membership like 2 weeks later. Oh, hi, Courtney. Probably no name or Melly, who haven't been in the chat recently. So, but I will let them know when I see them if you're not here. Hi, Gabrielle. I can relate so much, girl. Dora, hi. You're a mirror of Pete's. Nothing wrong with that. 14 years betrayed me in the worst way imaginable. No, yeah, it's hard. Like whenever friendships of a long time. But you know what, Dora? It's like, or Shannon, sorry. It's very, it happens. Like people, no matter how long you've known them, sometimes one of the people change in life or do something that you never thought that they would do. Like, you know what I mean? Like it just happens, and it's hard to deal with for sure. It's shocking. No, I'm not proud of last night. There's nothing to be proud of. Actually, I guess I'm proud of.
We're not diagnosing Rocky. We're just looking at Chantel as a case study. This is for education and informational purposes only. I always love to preface this. Okay, so she's talking a little bit about her friends here. Is this of any significant that she's mentioning these relationships? Because she's gonna start going into the other soon. Again.
Yeah, so I mean, I've been watching Foodie Beauty for 6 years now, 7 years now, and
Fascinating to watch, isn't she?
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. My partner thinks I'm, crazy for watching
My
watching
friends
her.
always are like, "Oh, so did you do something on your channel with that girl?"
Yeah. So, but one of the reasons why I went back to school for psychology is because I find human behavior so fascinating, and I'm like, why do people do the things they do? Like
Right,
what makes
and the
them.
thing with obviously the advent of the internet and platforms like YouTube is that we don't have like these sanitizing media companies, trying to present certain images. People are just all out there.
Right, yeah. And for me, part of it is I think, you know, uh, imagine living a train wreck of a life and putting it out there for everybody to see, and then
And
thinking that's a
monetize
good
it.
and monetizing it, and then thinking she thinks it's a good thing. She really does.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
yeah, because if she didn't, she wouldn't do it, and she wouldn't keep, exhibiting the same behaviors that just enable her to keep doing it. So, it's so yeah, I just find it completely fascinating. So yeah, I've been following, Amberlyn Reed's another one that I
Oh, yeah.
haven't followed her much lately,
Oh,
but
yeah.
yeah. So but
She's not
you
as
know,
popular as my glitter and lasers content and
oh,
her.
yes, Anna. Yes. So she's another one I do watch.
Oh, this gave some.
One thing I will say about Anna, which I think Anna manipulates her audience a lot more than Chantel and Amber do. A
Well,
lot
we're
more.
definitely gonna bring you back to talk about a case study of that one time, because I talk about that, I think, quite frequently with her
Yeah, yeah.
and
So,
just her
now, you
things
know,
that she does
um,
that are problematic.
yes, a lot of problematic things
Oh,
I've seen. And, again, when it comes to Foodie Beauty, and, talking about relationships that she's had, again, she has spoken about this herself. She has manipulated everyone in every relationship that she's had,
right. Is
right
that
from her.
common with people with addiction issues?
It is, yeah, especially people who are in active addiction. They will lie and manipulate to get what they want when they
Right,
want it. And is that's where it leads to a lot of negative consequences within your social environment,
right.
because people get sick of it, right?
And I
Or,
feel that she does that sometimes to her audience, I
oh,
mean, in my perspective.
absolutely. 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 I mean, I'm sure you're all familiar with the Chantel cycle, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely, yes.
yeah. So, whenever she feels like her audience is mad at her, or, she needs to make things better, she, suddenly is sick and is, in the hospital, or comes on talking about an illness or something that's gone wrong. So it's all all manipulative behavior. And she has talked about how when she was a child, she used to manipulate her grandmother, her mother, probably other children around her, you know.
Just a strange childhood memory, you know. Most of
Well,
mine was like
yeah,
running around trying to, you know, do as many you know, active things as possible.
yeah, and you know, when it comes again, talking about other behaviors she displays that don't relate to necessarily addiction and binge eating disorder, you know, number one rule in Girl World, Chantel lies. She lies about everything.
Right.
And, you know, again, presented as a case study, you know, without doing any actual assessments on her,
Absolutely. Yes.
it's hard to say whether she is a compulsive liar
Right.
or a pathological liar because there is a difference between the
Absolutely.
two.
Yes.
I see, you know, and I see a lot of people say that she's narcissistic, that she's sociopathic. She
I don't know
definitely
about that
dis
one.
Yeah, she definitely displays traits,
Right.
narcissistic and sociopathic traits.
Right.
L- Um, she's very transactional, like, and that's what I would say in regards to her relationships. She doesn't want, you know, she only wants to have something to do with somebody if she gets something out of it.
Right. Like
So that's
husband.
a Yeah, so that's a very sociopathic trait, narcissistic
Right.
trait.
Right.
When you see her upset, it's generally because she's been caught in something,
Right. And
caught
one
in
of
a
her bad
lie.
lies.
Yeah, yeah. And when you hear, and it, you know, back, I don't know if you watched her a couple years ago when she was in her, you know, in the villa stage back
Yes, I
in
did.
Ontario.
I sadly remember watching that video where she rolled down a hill.
Yeah. So, you know, when she was involved with a particular person back then, it was, you know, how could they do this to me? How could they do this? Everything was how could they do this to me? How I did this for them. I did this for them. How could they do this to me? So
A
that's
little bit of a
all.
victim too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, she never, you know, I don't think I've ever heard her apologize for anything. So you know, she definitely there are definitely symptoms that are, you know, lead to narcissistic and sociopathic traits.
Right, and
Now,
I understand we're calling them more traits now than, you know,
yes,
but it's
so
very
I mean
difficult to have that DSM-5 like diagnosis.
it is, and there's good reason for that, right? Like, um, so when you're talking, especially because you know, you hear narcissists and sociopaths and psychopaths, you hear those words all over YouTube,
Absolutely.
Instagram, you hear all over the internet, but
And I've
people
only ever
don't.
had one patient, sorry to interrupt, one patient ever that had, been documented as having narcissistic personality disorder, and he had
Right.
grandiose narcissism. That's what
Yes.
they
Yeah. Yeah.
say. I
So,
remember because I've never, and then obviously he was bipolar too, bless his heart.
yeah,
Um,
and that again, those things, you know, they're very rarely a single diagnosis.
right. And I
Yeah.
rarely see the actual, like, this patient literally has grandiose narcissism. It's because I know it's, you have to literally, the therapist, from what at least I understand here in the US, protocol wise, needs to actually see the patient in the, you know, in the midst of doing that. Like,
Yes.
you have to, like, literally be there, watching the patient present that behavior.
Yes. And when it comes to diagnosing those, you know, types of mental health disorders, you're not doing it based on one assessment.
Right.
You are doing it based on multiple. assessment,
Right.
and you are giving them, there are so many different personality assessments that can be done, you know, and someone who someone who is a true narcissist, if you're dealing with a professionally trained psychologist or therapist or psychiatrist, you're not going to be able to fool them.
Right.
They're going to see right through you.
Right.
I mean, you'll get the occasional rare someone who would be considered a psychopath that
Right.
may fool somebody initially, but you know, the personality assessments are designed so you can't fool the professionals.
Right.
They're
Absolutely.
they are very extensive, very
Right.
extensive.
Right. And most patients are not privy probably to those assessments. So,
Well,
unless
they don't know what the assessor is looking for.
right.
So you
The
might
only time it
think
gets dangerous if the patient is actually a psychologist.
exactly, yes. Yeah. Yeah. So,
And
yeah.
knows how to
So,
fool the tests.
yeah. So, and
Yeah.
of course that can always happen, but
Oh,
because so anyway, so we
absolutely.
got a little bit off track there talking
Yes.
about other, but
Yes.
the other thing I wanted to, sorry, while we are discussing this is I've seen it several times. People say that, she has oppositional defiant disorder.
Right.
Um, that generally that is something that's only diagnosed in children.
Okay.
And it gets to once you get to an adult stage, you're no longer diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder. It turns into antisocial behavior. And that's a that is, so you generally, someone who is a true psychopath would be diagnosed with antisocial behavior.
Right. And in this case study, we don't think it's that level, correct?
No. I mean, she does have, again, she has a history of, not treating people and animals well, but again, I does she have sociopathic tendencies where she shows very little empathy? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I think she's a psychopath? No.
Right. Is she Ted
My
Bundy?
unprofessional, without any type of, yes, I am not qualified to diagnose
Right.
through just a video. Yeah. So,
Right. Yeah, that's why it's interesting, I think. And that's why I love having these conversations on my channel, is because I love to learn. I've often, listened to episodes from the Doctor's Radio, just to, covering different, topics that I've heard, other mention about her character, as points of interest. But obviously, it's never for treatment or diagnosis. I looked at oppositional defiance, and obviously I found out that it tends to go to childhood. So
yeah.
that's not something that she could really, that's not, but it was a pathway to other behaviors, because usually if you were
Yeah.
kind of getting in trouble as a kid, it was kind of maybe indicative that you may have troubles going forward as an adult.
Yeah. Yep. No, for sure. And, based on what Foodie has said of her childhood, and again, taking all of this at face value based on what her own words,
Correct.
she was very spoiled. She threw temper tantrums until she got what she wanted. And she manipulated people, her grandmother, her mom, whoever else, to get what she wanted. And I think that she probably very much was a bully to people that were, smaller than her, like perhaps her sister or other children around her that were smaller than
Mm,
her,
yeah.
because she was able to exhibit some sort of control over them.
Right. Now we're gonna go back to the video, but I also
Yes,
have
sorry.
I have a theory before we go, that most of her childhood stories, some of them are all based on Degrassi High.
Oh, Well, yeah, rule number one, Chantel lies.
I'm like, we need a Degrassi savant over here to call her out on every episode. Because
Yeah.
so I'm like, girl, did you just sit at home eating and watching Degrassi after school?
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? That's what I
Singing
envision
to her
her doing.
Madonna poster. Yeah, yeah. I
You
think, yeah, I
know?
think, and I think, it's funny that, sorry, going back to talking about when she talks about her childhood and she
Yeah,
talks about
extensively.
yeah, the only person that ever really told her no was her one grandmother, which I believe was her dad's grandmother,
Right.
and she doesn't speak fondly of that person,
Of course not. She didn't
you
get what
know?
they didn't she didn't get what she wanted from them.
Yeah,
She
exactly,
doesn't
exactly.
understand that setting boundaries is also a sign of love.
Yeah, yeah. So, and that, and I think that she's just been enabled like that her entire life,
Right.
and
At 40, her family seemed to continue to enable her in my mind,
yep,
support her
yeah,
with her having no history of, maintaining the support they're trying to get her. Like, i.e. healthcare in Canada. Okay, let's get back to Foodie. Let's go, Foodie.
The fact that I have the courage to come on here and be honest about things like that I struggle with, despite the like complete. I have a lot of comments. The comments you see on my video, if they're there, it's because I find them valuable in some way, and I appreciate your opinion. But if they're, I've had to, I have some filters, so they probably just filtered them. But I saw some also that were like really, really, really nasty, and I find despite getting that reception like all the time, when especially at my most vulnerable, I think that I'm kind of proud of that. But other than that, no, it's not. I didn't do it for any kind of reaction. I just did it because that's what I was going to do. And if anything, people have asked me to be forthcoming and honest and open and about showing you guys what those hard moments look like for me. So yeah.
Okay. Do you think her audience eggs her on, as we would say in England? Or what is
yeah.
the function of the audience here?
So I
Because she's
think
being
again,
vulnerable, she's coming out, she's being vulnerable, she's sharing.
I think when it comes to her audience, I think that now they used to encourage her more to, go to Starbucks or, get a Twisty Misty or Lockmas or whatever her current, you know, obsession was when it comes to food. I don't follow her actual chat these days, so I'm not sure necessarily what's going on in that. Generally, anytime I watch her, it's through a reaction. So,
Right, right. Sometimes I'll put the chat up on my
yeah,
live streams just so we can actually read the wild comments from the audience sometimes because they can be
yeah.
amusing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of there are probably some in her audience who uh, watch her because they display similar behaviors that she does, so it justifies their actions.
Right. That's
So,
what I kinda get a sense of is, like, I don't feel so bad going to get my, frappuccino, cocoa mocha, 32-ounce creamed out, coffee drink of 4,000 calories because she's doing it too.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
I feel
Yeah,
like it.
and I was just gonna say, I think that's what she looks for from her audience as well, is that justification.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and we've
like,
also had, and maybe we'll get into this, ideas that maybe there's other audiences that aren't so apparent, but that she's catering to, on a fringe level.
yeah, that I don't think so. This again, all my own personal opinion, but
Absolutely. That's why it's interesting to hear all those opinions because,
yeah, I think
people
Chantal
people are
will.
wondering, does she get money from people to put
I
out
don't
such.
think so. I don't. And
Okay.
I think it's because she feels she's better than that. She
Okay.
feels that that type of behavior is disgusting and that she's above it.
Okay,
Um,
that's
I
interesting.
don't. Yeah.
Because she wasn't above the PayPal scam,
She
unfortunately.
wasn't, no, but I think because I think there's more of a stigma when it comes
Yes,
to feederism.
right.
Um,
And she was caught
so,
supposedly on a site at some point.
well,
That's what they say.
I thought that was actually debunked. I thought that was all
Oh, it was
false.
debunked?
I could be wrong. Again, because I think
I
that's
don't
going back
follow
about
Kiwi
3 or
Farm, so
4.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I think that's going back 3 or 4 years,
Right,
that came out. I thought that it was debunked, but again, I'm not 100% sure about that. Now, if she was, it absolutely wouldn't surprise me, but I
right.
don't think she is.
Right. It's just that she seems so performative, you know? I think that's what people are thinking. You've got the food all over your face. You're eating with your hands. But other people have said maybe she doesn't hold the cutlery well anymore because her hands are so swollen.
Yes, I think that it's it's not performative in that aspect. It's her. That's when you're seeing that. That's her in the midst of her addiction. So that
Right.
would be like, someone drinking, an
Right.
alcoholic beverage very quickly or something like that. I
Yeah.
don't want to
And,
use
and she,
language that might get
right.
you, that
Right.
might, yeah,
Well, I
demonetize
appreciate
you or
it.
whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Well, imbibe liberally.
Yeah. So,
Good luck with that, YouTube censors. I'll use
yeah.
fancy words. I'll use educated language. I actually
Yeah.
don't get into trouble, but I think because I trigger warning and preface everything. So YouTube, I actually get very little trouble from YouTube. I used to get more trouble, but I guess they got more familiar with the content that I was making and the level of, evidence-based practice I come in with that they've been a little less harsh on me.
I just noticed there in the chat, Callie's got a good point there.
Oh, let me find what she's saying here. Thank you.
Yes, she's
Here we go.
very
Thank you.
prideful. So yes, I think she would brag. I think she would brag about having feeders.
Right. Well, she's, I guess it's because people know her channel's not doing as well. And she's always like, I've got money. So I guess people are trying to figure out where she got the money sources from. You're not paying your
Yeah,
taxes in Canada, girl.
Chantel lies.
Oh, okay. That's
because if she was actually honest with the audience and said, I this is a huge financial struggle right now. I'm not making the money that I used to, doing this. Um,
because
the
she's really
haters,
popping out the content at the moment.
yes,
Oh,
the hater. Then she'd think that the haters have one over on her, and she can't let that happen, right?
no,
So, but
no.
but she always lets things slip. I believe she has said that she's not making nearly, I mean, we all know that she's not making nearly the amount of money that she's used to make doing this. And she is pumping out videos, sometimes 2 a day.
Right,
So, and she's doing the mukbangs because that is always what has been successful for her in the past.
right.
But things have changed because she's now been on this platform for so long. People know what she's like.
Right. And the type of content that people are looking for is changing too. People's tastes are
Yes.
changing,
Yeah.
and people I think are getting. I think there was a very big movement about acceptance. And I think that allowed some of these, like, someone like Chantel to be able to open and actively have behaviors that people know can damage your health over a period of time. There's
Yeah.
just too much evidence to show that it will damage your health over time. With the types of food she specifically, like lately, I haven't seen a vegetable on a plate. It's
No.
all been rice and chicken. And she no bodybuilder.
Oh God, no. She's no Shakara transformations, that's for sure.
No. Those are the only people I know who eat eat that, rice and chicken, and not to those quantities either,
No.
necessarily.
No.
Oh, okay. Let's keep going with Chantel.
Thank you, Spicy Mayo. Yeah. It's hard, Shannon, but
Yeah, the cameos.
it is hard. So I don't know. It can be hard, but it's like at the same time, like I'm somebody who like puts myself out there. So at the same time, like I think that I handle it better than just like a person who prefers not to be so public, you know. But once you start sharing your life and once you start being very public, it's so hard to like come back from that. You know, it's so hard because people already know so much. I don't know if I have any thoughts when I'm cooking the binge meal. I kind of don't. I kind of purposely like zone out and just focus on. It's almost like autopilot. Emma Peel. It's like you don't think of the consequences at the moment. You just kind of brush them away so that what you're doing is easier. You don't have to really think about it. You know.
So
All
can you
right.
pause
There's
it there?
a lot to unpack from just what you
Yeah.
said.
So I don't
From
know if you caught it there, but she said binge meal.
right,
But at
yes.
the beginning of the video, she said that wasn't a binge.
Right. And that's why I think this video is so fascinating because her vocabulary swaps around so much.
Yeah. Yeah. And everything she described there again is something that you would see someone again who's in active addiction, they're, they go into autopilot. They're, not acknowledging what they're doing. They're just doing it. They're just,
Right.
doing it, not thinking about the consequences, not thinking about what's going to happen. And so there she has a little bit of self-awareness.
Oh.
I'll give her
Well,
that. That's
that
a little
makes
bit.
me fascinated because she gets this food ready. Is she on some type of autopilot when we see her actually in those mukbang films potentially?
So when you look at someone who's uh, addicted to a substance, and again, it could be any type of substance or any type of behavior. That's quite often what happens is that their focus just becomes getting that release of dopamine in their system, and they often talk about, they don't remember actually going through the physical transactions of what they're doing. So whether that's, in a casino, spending hours in a casino,
Right.
um, you know, consuming substances that shouldn't be consumed, things
Yes.
like that. It's like
Uncontrolled street substances.
yes,
Yeah.
it's a form of cognitive dissonance because they don't remember it after.
Right.
But what's funny about that is that for someone, if you're going through withdrawal and your body is actually craving something and you need it, and that's the only thought that your brain is that's in your head, is that you have to you have to consume this, and you can't get that thought out of your head until you do consume it. What happens to your body physically is that if you go into a space where you normally consume that substance, your body recognizes it. So it starts to anticipate that you're going to intake that substance, and it starts to prepare your body starts to prepare itself physically for the intake of that substance.
Right.
So when this happens, so quite often when you hear about people that have um, overdoses, it's because they intake that substance in a new environment that their body is not prepared for them to take it in.
Right.
So that's the physical aspect of what happens
Right.
during a active addiction cycle.
Right. Wow. And she looks, I mean, when she goes to sit down to eat, it's a whole thing. Hands are right in that food.
Yes.
That's interesting to me. It's like she likes the texture of the food. Like the texture is important to her
Yep.
too.
Yeah. Like I don't think she actually tastes anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's amazing. It's amazing to me though that she does not seek dental care in the most important area to eat.
Yeah.
I mean, like, girl, don't
Yeah.
you want functioning teeth? But she
Yeah.
doesn't take time to chew.
No. So
Now, is that common for people with these types of behaviors, that they don't even worry about the real taste and like flavor profiles that she likes to talk about. They're just really
Well,
just trying to get
yeah,
the substance in.
yeah, really, I think that that can be part of it is that it's just let's get it. I have to get it in as fast as possible.
Yeah, and she goes real
Yeah,
fast. She goes
yeah,
quick. I mean, it's
yeah.
amazing. I've never seen anybody such quantities so
And
quickly.
yeah, she can eat a lot of food. Yeah,
Oh
for
yeah,
sure. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. All right, let us keep going because she's gives a lot away in this. We won't keep you all night, but she says a lot. I felt in this video that was interesting.
That, yeah. So, she did, in that little statement there, she said a lot.
Yeah, yeah. All right, keep going, Chantel. You have some self
Hi,
awareness.
Fernanda. And honestly, like I hate that people put the onus or responsibility of my health on my husband. It's like people don't really see how we interact about these things. I did say in my video, kind of like it disappoints him, but like, it's my responsibility no matter what. No matter where I am in the world. I binged harder in Canada. I feel like people look
Do you want to
for.
quickly tell you who you are? There are people who are stepping in right now. Obviously, they may be coming from other live streams. Do you want to
Oh,
quickly say who you are again, funny girl? Just to introduce
uh,
you real quick.
sure. So I am currently a fourth year undergrad, getting my degree in psychology, and hoping to go on to complete my postgraduate work in psychotherapy, specializing in addiction services. So just having a conversation here about different types of behavior that we see on the internet.
That's correct. And we're just taking a look at a case study. This is for education and informational purposes only. We are not treating or diagnosing anybody this evening, but hope that this is informative. All right. Thank you. All right. And if you do like this type of content, so I got to throw in my YouTube stuff. If you do like this type of content, please hit the likes, subscribe. I'm growing and there are membership levels available. So we always appreciate that. Okay, Chantel, keep going, girl. Thank you.
Any little negative thing that happens here, and they say, see, they use that as like a C, you should be in Canada. When in reality, like the real binging happened off camera. Like in my car, I have freedom to go where I want. I don't have, I have money to myself that like, what I mean by money to myself is, when you're married, you know each other's finances generally. But when I'm out of the country, I mean, I feel like I could get away with excusing things that I spend more, almost kind of taking advantage of the fact that he doesn't really know a lot about how it works down there, like with the, costs and things. And I feel bad for that. Like I guess it's a kind of a way of being like dishonest a bit. I don't know. But trust me, it's worse. It's worse when I'm over there by myself,
So is she talking about being in Canada at this point when she's trying to get healthcare services
Yeah.
and how her husband supports her in this health journey. And then there's an interesting thing that Rose Thorne, if you wanted to then afterwards take a look at what she said about going for bulk and just, getting as much in as possible.
Yes, no, I agree that with that, Rose, is that she is trying to fill. We talked about this earlier. She's trying to fill a void in her, and feeling full kind of gives that feeling of comfort.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. She thinks she's comforted. Now, what about the husband and how he's supporting her on her healthcare journey?
I think it's a bunch of crap, honestly. I
You
get
mean the man who brings her the takeaways to the house is not concerned about her healthcare journey?
yeah. So if this was again, if I was reading this as a case study, one of the questions I would ask the client would be, how? How does he support you? Give me examples. Why do you think that's support? And after an example or two is given, I'd ask why. Why do you feel that's supportive behavior?
Right. And she also,
How does that behavior how is that behavior going to get you to your goal?
does she ever mention actually real supportive behaviors that he demonstrates to her?
No, I don't think I've heard them. No.
I just see that he brings her takeout and
Yeah.
very large portions.
Yeah, and
because
I think that when she doesn't get it, she throws a temper tantrum till he does get it for her.
right. So because there are potentially a transactional relationship between these two, rather
Yeah,
than a genuine love connection, then his sort of, he just wants to keep her happy. So he's not going to do things that could rock the boat in
right.
regards to her health if that got her unhappy. Is that a good way to kind of look at
Yeah,
that as
and
a case study?
that whole dynamic with that relationship is strange. Like there's something else going on there. Whether it's, I think it's probably a case of they both conned each other and now they're both stuck and, one of them hasn't said monkey at first.
Right. Right. I,
Yeah.
I I'm very perplexed by that relationship. I feel like they're both trying to scam each other and both
Yeah.
feel like they have so much skin in the game at this time. Neither are
Yeah.
willing to quit the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what
And
his end goal is. I keep thinking that she tempted him with the idea that she could get him to Canada.
oh, for sure. And I think that again, when they first initially interacted, she was making a lot more money on
Right.
YouTube.
Oh yeah.
And that was obviously like, her way to wiggle into his, I think, life. And just based on, what I know of the Muslim culture and what other people have talked about, who are from the Muslim culture, about that relationship dynamic. I just think that his family has probably got a lot to say, and
I
it's
think more than
her
she
her
wants to
presence
let
is
on.
yeah, her presence is not tolerated, and it's it's not going to last forever. That's for sure.
Really? It's not a match made in heaven
Yeah,
over there?
no,
Come on. I just
no.
want to thank Miss Shelley for becoming a member. Thank you. Come on in. Drop us in some sad pancreases, unfortunately. Any members or new members. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I gotta do the YouTube thing. I'm improving over time. We've actually got a lot of people watching tonight, so this is exciting. Let's get back to
Oh, that's great.
let's get back to Chantel, and then Rose Thorne was asking about, about the speed. I think the speed that she eats is very shocking to people, to consume so much quantities of food substances.
Yeah, and again, that I mean, when we go back to the beginning where when I was kind of defining the difference between an addiction and binge eating disorder, eating quickly is more associated with binge eating disorder, not
Right,
necessarily addiction.
right.
Um,
But the two can
addiction is
coincide, as we said,
yes,
we discussed
yeah,
too.
yeah,
No. Okay. All right. Let's keep going with Chantel, because there's a lot of myths around, her
So yeah,
behavior.
anyway, that's just how it is. The reward, rather. Yeah, I know. You would think, right, Emma Peel? Thank you, Love Bug. You should focus on friends, not haters. I agree with that. Whole chicken in the oven. Can you give me the recipe? Oh, Kitty, it's so easy. I know, Jen. I guess, but I didn't realize, because Jen, I didn't realize it was like a form of being dishonest in a way, just kind of like, But
what does she feel like she's being dishonest about? Maybe you're better trying to perceive this than I am. I'm like, what's she
well,
talking
I think
about?
she was talking about when she was in Canada, being able to have more freedom to eat what she
Okay.
wanted, not, with Sala not watching over top of her.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, interesting. So do you think that's that part of the reason why she goes off to Canada, so she can go off and just eat to her heart's content potentially? And
I
then not
I think that could be part of it. I think she's left with no choice. That's why she goes
right.
back to Canada. Yeah.
Right. Is there truth behind that you do have to return within a certain amount of time in order to keep your medical benefits in
Yes.
Canada? Okay,
Yes.
how does that work? Tell us a little bit.
Oh, let me see if I can. I can't remember the exact time period. I believe it's you are not allowed to be out of the country for more than 6 months out of a 12-month period.
Okay. Oh,
However, when you return to the country, your health benefits are pretty much reinstated right away.
okay.
So, and again, there's not a chance that Chantal is notifying our healthcare system that she's leaving the country for months at a time. Not a chance.
Right.
So,
And the interesting part too is I guess maybe there's that policy because they don't want Canadians like living expat life somewhere and then once a year return to the country for their healthcare appointments,
right,
maybe.
right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you see it quite a bit with the our snowbirds, right? That go down to Florida
Right.
or the southern states for the
Right.
winter. You know,
Right.
most of them they'll be gone that just amount of time that, you know, they come back in time that they don't miss out on any of their health care
Right.
coverage.
Because they don't want to get healthcare in the US.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
They don't want to be
yeah.
stuck with that bill, even with
Even with
insurance.
extra insurance, it could cost a fortune. Yeah. So,
The insurance, the amount of out of pocket, just the
yeah.
cost of everything. It's, you know, and I'm somebody who works in the system. I understand it's astronomical. There's so many fingers in that pie. So many
Yeah.
fingers. I mean, people don't realize when they get their MRIs, a lot of times that equipment is licensed and you have to pay every time someone uses the equipment, even if the equipment is inside your hospital. Paid for. There's all sorts of weird stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, people don't realize how many working parts there are in a healthcare system.
It's too many. It's
And
outrageous.
yes.
Yeah.
So I understand the frustration when somebody like Foodie takes total advantage of that.
Right. People get very frustrated, I think, in fellow Canadians that she seems to potentially have not rectified her tax situation in her home
Mhm.
country and
Yep.
yet feels entitled because it seems like a slight sense of entitlement, which we don't disagree that healthcare is a right, you know, not a privilege. But Foodie's got an entitlement, I think, along with that right. I don't
Oh,
know if that
she absolutely does. Yeah. No, she feels that, you know, uh she deserves, you know, healthcare and that apparently she shouldn't have to wait like you know, everyone else does.
right, she should have concierge doctor service.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
private practice where she's showing up for, you know, the top of
Yeah.
the line, you know. And so what she'll do is just kind of, you know, overeat from what I've seen and then take herself to an emergency room.
Yeah. And you know, and it's funny that she complains about the wait times of our healthcare in Canada, but she's in a country where she could access private healthcare, but she won't pay for it.
Right. And I
So
hear
she'd
it's
have
actually not inexpensive.
you're right. Yeah. I know
So
milk tea went over a couple of things in one of her videos talking about how some, you know, accessing healthcare as a because she's a tourist, she's not an
correct.
expat, is
Correct.
can be quite expensive in
Right.
Kuwait. Yeah.
Right, because they think you're
So,
just coming in to get something like an emergent type. They're not there to be your primary care provider.
right,
Wh-
exactly. Yeah.
Which is why I always find her stories about all these doctor's appointments and this, that, and the other follow up very interesting for somebody who's a tourist
Yeah. Yeah.
and would not be able to potentially give a permanent residency. I always wonder how she gets away with that.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously she's just visiting as a tourist, and I think somebody, I don't, I've heard somebody mention, I don't know, maybe it was in one of your videos that she's perhaps going to different clinics
Right.
within Kuwait,
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
so to
Well,
not draw
I probably
attention to
did
herself.
mention something like that, you know, just to be able to see different, you know, specialists. At the time, maybe she was spending some money. Maybe her
Hmm.
diabetes just got so bad she finally had type 2, had to get care. All right, keep going, Foodie. We're gonna get back to Foodie here.
Yeah. Anyway. No, not really, Brian. It's not like my money because a lot of the time it's not, you know. Yeah. Because like honestly, yeah. I don't know. I'm not like going to talk about my finances and everything. I'm very grateful for what I have, alhamdulillah, and I don't want for anything, but my finances were definitely not what they once were. These are always fog up when I'm hot, and I'm always hot. So, yeah. So I definitely, it's easier surviving with a partner. Let's just put it that way.
So I just to finish out. So the way she discusses this being her partner, is it healthy? I don't mean to laugh,
Well,
but I'm just like,
I think she sees her partner as a caretaker
right,
and not, yeah. So
right,
like she's talked about how she doesn't have to do anything. He takes care of everything. And for
yes,
some and apparently that's an amazing thing. But wouldn't be for me. I'd like to be I'm quite independent, and again, I think that goes a little bit too with her trying to fill a void in her life.
right. Yeah, she
So,
likes to be the married woman. But
yes.
but her role as the married woman is like, she's not playing the role of caretaker. She's like the queen who gets to sit and be,
Yes.
waited on. She's
Yeah.
that wife.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's ones that be cooking in the kitchen and, really wanting to be hands-on in ways. And she wants to feel like, I feel like she does. She wants a caretaker. She wants someone
Yes.
who's going to answer her beck and call.
And when she does do things like prepare meals, she complains about it.
Yeah,
So,
she loves to cook, our girl. She loves cooking.
yeah.
All right, keep going, Chantel.
The cream noodle.
Your
Oh
fascinating
yeah.
case study.
Hi, Chantel. Chantel. Okay, Kitty. It's I just wash my chicken. Some people don't. Some people do. I do because there's like sometimes little feather remnants on it. So I wash my chicken, pat it dry, put some olive oil, and just put like whatever spices you like. I put paprika, salt and pepper, onion powder, garlic powder, cumin, coriander. That was all I put this time, I think. Paprika. And you just it was still a bit frozen, so I covered it with foil and put it in the oven for like on like I don't know 400 for like I don't know how many minutes until it was like brown, and I took the cover off and let it cook again for a little while. See, I just know when things are done, so I don't know. Thank you, Archer Lady. Would you ever let a man control you in your location, whatever you do? I don't think so. I don't think it's my character, to allow that for too long. Like maybe at first, and then it would get on my nerves and I would like dip. I would have to dip for my mental health.
Okay, so she doesn't like to be controlled, I think is what she's saying, by a man.
And that's typical. I mean, she likes to have control and she uses whatever means she can to do that. Generally, it's with money, from what,
Yeah.
She's shown in the past. So she's done that with Natter and Pete's. And so,
Yeah. All right, keep going, Chantel. She's gonna get back to the food subject real soon. She can't keep away.
Here it's more I'm always with Salah because it's like I'm in a foreign country and he knows I feel more comfortable with him. I like to spend every moment I can with him. So that's what it's a matter of, really, I guess. Not really him like saying you can't go here, like he's not that kind of person at all.
that's so not
really?
healthy.
Right,
Nice.
I was about to say,
Hi, Naomi.
does that sound healthy, spending every
No.
moment of the day with your partner like some soap opera that you would see on TV where they're always together, discussing some family trauma?
Yeah, no, it's not healthy at all. At all.
Right. So, I mean, does she think it's like the way she discusses it? It's like, is this kind of the fantasy that these people have, that they're going to have these like people who just take care of every aspect of their lives in some way? Because we see this a lot when, like, I hate to say it, like on 600-Pound Life and stuff, a lot of enablers.
Yeah.
Often. Why is that? Because I don't know if people enable, parents aren't going to enable, the heroin the way they may enable the food, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because in some sense, people feel like food is not as dangerous as an illicit substance. And in a lot of ways, it's not. I mean, eventually it will be, but often though, what happens, and you see it on 600-Pound Life too, when it comes to food addiction, is that they throw temper tantrums until they get what they want. So people give in to them because they don't want to deal with the temper tantrums.
Right. And I guess is that like a learned childhood behavior? Like she talked about throwing tantrums, manipulating, so they just
Yeah,
continue that into
yeah,
adulthood, even though it's not
yes,
appropriate?
yeah, because it works for them, right?
I always
It's
find it
all of,
interesting that there are adults who will be okay with other adults having those behaviors.
yeah. I've, you know, I've seen some of these behaviors in my personal life, and it, eventually, I got to a point where as soon as I saw that behavior starting to be exhibited, I just removed myself from the situation.
Right. And it's, I think, especially in our cultures and many cultures, there's so many celebrations that involve food. People can't see that foods could be anything but joy and happiness. Would you
Yeah,
say
and I mean,
that
it's
makes it so much more difficult to sort of work with these types of patients if you were to work with them? Because that's what I found when, as a cardiac nurse and trying to get people to improve their diets, they were celebrating and, it was always a cheat day.
yes, yeah, and again, it will always come down to personal responsibility, right? Yes, people can enable you, and you can allow them to enable you too, right? Um, but at the end of the day, if you want to change, you have to make that change. You have to put the effort in, not and to change the behaviors that are affecting your life in a negative way.
Right.
And of course, that's not easy. And and everyone has been someplace where someone offers you something and you say, "Oh, no, thank you." And you get a comment, "Oh, are you on a diet, or what, are you trying to lose weight?" Or,
Right.
in the case of maybe you don't, inhabit, alcohol, and if you say no to social drinking, people, a lot of times people assume you're an alcoholic. Well, no, maybe you're just saying no to a drink, like it's
Right. Right.
yeah.
I've used to
So,
be somebody who was abstinent from alcohol in my early 20s because I was very allergic to it. Like, it didn't take me more than a drink, and I was very sick. And so it just wasn't a pleasant experience for me to imbibe in any type of alcohol at all. So I literally didn't drink, which, people found quite surprising. I just didn't enjoy it. It just was something that my body probably had an allergic reaction. And so, yeah. And then, of course, when you do have any type, and just quickly, and then we'll get back to Chantel. I've been somebody who's had probably more of a restrictive diet just because I made choices to do things health and, partly ethical. And I don't try to talk about the ethical part too much. I don't want to bore people with all that stuff. I know people don't always want to hear about your ethics, but I do follow a plant-based diet, and I have not consumed a animal product from the land in 40 years. So I had every comment from tree hugger to just every name possible. And I think because of that, it kept me out of fast food places. So I think it was the best thing because there's nothing I can get in a fast food. So I never go to those places. I've always kept out of them. So,
right. Yeah.
but people do really make comments about, in fact, if you try to actually be, I find in our culture, and like I said, we'll get to Chantel, that it's interesting that if you actually try to eat in a balanced, healthy, whole food way, that just nothing, just foods that, your great grandmother would have recognized, people just think you're, they almost feel insulted that you're eating healthy.
Yes. Yep. Yep. So,
So I find
um,
it interesting in our culture, we encourage people to eat these really bad foods.
Yep. To
and say it's
overconsume.
okay, and it's
Yeah.
you know, talk about all the
Yeah.
fast food places we go to eat. And I don't do
No.
that, but I hear it a lot. Everyone's always talking about these fast food places. I have no idea.
Yeah. And it can be hard for somebody, in those social situations, to say no, or if they do say no, they go, "Oh, come on, it's only one, it's not going to hurt you,"
Right,
and what somebody who's struggling with, behavioral addictions, well, no, it could be quite harmful to
right,
them. So, it's, I always, I learned this a long time ago. Someone once told me, and it's very wise advice, no is a complete sentence.
right.
Someone asks you something, you say no, no, thank you. It's a complete sentence.
Right. And people shouldn't be then judged because that was their choice, you know? I
Yeah.
think we talk about not wanting to judge people, but we judge people, especially when it comes to food. I have really found a lot of judgment around food and encouraging people to improve their diet. It's amazing how much pushback you get at trying to get people to improve their diet in order to potentially and most likely improve their health at the end of the day. Because I
Yeah.
think people think that they can eat these types of diets for extended periods of time and it not have an impact on their health. And I'm starting to see things from food addicts and overconsumption and a disease that's not dissimilar from alcoholics, which is the fatty liver disease. Just one is
Yes.
coming through alcohol and the other one is coming through food.
Yep.
And so that to me is where it says, how is this dangerous thing so widely accepted and encouraged, especially even with
Mhm.
YouTube and the mukbang content and the types of
Yeah.
food they choose to eat? Anyway, let's get
Yeah.
back to Chantel. I could go on like these types of topics forever. I have a lot of interest in these things and how it affects society, which is why I started this channel because I
Me
see
too.
so. You have a channel?
Yes.
What can you?
No, I don't. Sorry, I don't have a channel. I have a lot of interest as to why, like, especially, how everything is so rooted in sociology and psychology. And I've actually thought about starting a channel. I haven't yet.
Right,
Talking about, case studies and, how they relate to, psychology and sociological issues. And
right,
just to give, to me, it's important because especially when I hear, people throwing around words like narcissist and sociopath and
right, right,
stuff like that. And I get frustrated because people use those terms without knowing what they mean.
right,
And so I get because psychology is based in empirical science.
right.
And so I get frustrated when so I feel like, I think, and plus, moving forward in completing my master's, having to write a thesis and defend it. I thought that's, starting a channel and talking about these terms and applying them to real life, would be good practice for that. So I've been thinking about it.
A thesis about addiction and social medias or however it, exacerbates it or how that would be fascinating.
Yeah, I've
You
tossed
know,
around a
'cause
few ideas of what I'm gonna focus my thesis on. Haven't decided
I
for
feel
sure
like we
yet.
need to start having more, conversations. I think we are having conversations around social media, but it's just such the Wild West still. I
It
feel,
is. It is. Yeah.
with very little regulation. I know YouTube is trying to because you get just so many healthcare supposed professionals who probably are not even verified as doctors by YouTube,
Yeah.
and they're giving lots of medical advice. There's anyway, and so for me too, some of the times when I hear the obsession with the carnivore diet and all these things that most cardiologists would not recommend you following. It's just they're so popular and they're not coming from nutritionists, they're not coming from registered dietitians, they're not coming from cardiology. It's just People just, it's the diet thing is wild. Anyway, all right, let's get back to Chantel. That's a whole other subject.
Hey, I don't think I can get that here. No problem, Kitty. Hi, Leslie. Yes, I did get out of the apartment. Yeah. Hi, Sue-Ann. Welcome salam, Sarah Jean. Yeah, Derpy. Well, mostly, yeah. Yeah, we're just, I don't know. I'm reconvening a strategy. Chantel doesn't seem
She's
like the type who would let
always
him
thinking of
control his meeting.
something new.
Yeah.
She's always getting ready to start, her healthy eating, her healthy plan. She's always
Right.
getting ready for it.
Right.
Yeah.
She's going to glow up. It's a 6-pack
Yes.
ab by next week.
Yes. It's
She's
I'm gonna go to rehab tomorrow. I'm gonna
right.
start tomorrow.
I like the realistic goals she has.
Yeah.
I'm going to the Everest Base Camp. I'm
Yes.
getting a
Yeah.
6-pack.
Yes. Yeah. So just a little anecdote here. Something I didn't mention earlier, but I actually have my certification in personal training and
Oh,
several fitness
interesting.
courses as
Oh,
well.
excellent.
And I used to teach classes at the local YMCA here, but since the pandemic and going back to school, I haven't had time to do it. But
Right.
I
Absolutely.
I used to work very closely with a personal trainer at the facility who trained me, and he was training somebody to go just to Everest Base Camp. And the exercise training program that this person went through was unbelievable, and trained with a air restrictor on his face because the oxygen level is so different there.
Right. Just
And
what
so
Foodie needs. Just what a
yeah,
CPAP patient needs
yeah.
is oxygen restriction. Because she
So
already
when
got a slightly teetering SpO2 from what I could see in that hospital bed because she was hovering around 95.
so there's no way in hell that Foodie will ever make it to base camp.
I love the delusion, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's delusion or she just likes to say things that are baity and trolly.
I think it's trolling. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just good old fashioned troll. You mean she's not getting ready for base camp with that swim she had?
Oh, that's a whole other thing. I just, I understand that she needs to dress modestly being in the country that she's in, and that's a choice. But swimming in clothing like that, she's gonna find herself at the bottom of the pool one day.
Oh gosh, I get so nervous when she goes out walking at night.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And especially with her unmanaged, uncontrolled type 2 diabetes, I worry for the toes. And those Skechers are not something they would recommend you wearing.
Yeah.
Just not a good orthotic shoe. Not that she would want to be in something sensible or practical. And she's getting to an age now where she needs to actually put these types of healthcare measures into action. And for both of her healthcare needs, both mental and physical. All right, let's keep going, Foodie. She's always
it's not about being controlling. Like it's about working together to come to an agreement on things. Also,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Rita Beezer. I think you were one. Why was he taking business calls at 1 p.m.? He does business with it's not like official serious business calls. People stay up really late here, and it's not like he was working. Like it's just it's just like talking about business and stuff like that with like a friend, someone very close.
We never know if he's working and spending every moment of the day with her, or he's running this, international business.
Yes, or apparently when he's not there, though, he's always on FaceTime with her. So,
right. She really keeps an eye on him.
Yeah, that's a whole other. That's a day. It's for another discussion.
Yeah, so healthy, such a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
All right, keep going, Foodie. She's gonna get into it. I promise you.
2 ideas for Coral Doodle. Yeah, we worked these things out before I came here, Coral Doodle. I just didn't really talk in depth about it. I don't really feel like it right now. It's a lot. It's heavy stuff for me.
Is that an avoidance tactic when she?
Yep. Yeah, it is. And that's why I think she never continues with more than an initial assessment for therapy if she's even doing that. Because, continuing in therapy, she's going to be forced to address her behaviors, and she doesn't want to. She doesn't
Right.
want to change.
Right. I sense a reluctance, and that's probably why people think she's defiant, because they think she's just not. But she just, I. It's interesting because she's obviously 40, so these habits that she has are becoming more and more ingrained in her behaviors,
Yeah,
and therefore more
yeah,
difficult to change, I would
yeah.
think.
And she won't. It will be very hard for someone like her to be successful without professional intervention.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the strong messages that, some of our channels, I always am asking her to seek help constantly.
Yeah,
Because I just don't think she can manage any of these things. Her audience, I find, is toxic, because they encourage bad behaviors. I just, but she's obviously an adult, so she has the right to do whatever bad decision she wants to do at the end of the day.
yeah, yeah,
And that's the one thing you always have to realize, I guess, even if you're in a field like yours, it must be difficult to see people that are committing self-destructive behaviors, but at the end of the day, it's their decision and they're right.
yeah. And it is. And, the only thing you can do is just to be there when they are ready to make those changes.
Right.
Um,
Do you think she's hit do you think she would need to hit some type of rock bottom, or she's just very resistant at this time?
I don't think there's a rock bottom for her from what I have seen.
Because she has too much
Unfortunately,
family support, do you think? Is that
I
partially
think
why?
that yeah, the only thing I could possibly see being a rock bottom for her, and again, this is just my opinion because
Absolutely.
everyone's rock bottom would be different, but I think for her it would probably be the loss of a limb.
Right. And I do concern myself about that a lot because she doesn't do
Yeah.
foot checks like she should.
No. Yeah.
And
Or possibly her eyesight.
oh gosh, I've worried about that too.
Yeah.
You know,
But unfortunately, just based on, you know, watching her over the past 5 or 6 years and only seeing her get worse,
right,
and now knowing, what I've learned in my educational career, is that I think that unfortunately her rock bottom will be uh, the end,
right. That
or possibly, maybe the loss of a limb. Because
right.
and you might be able to speak more to this, but I just suspect that if she suffers some sort of cardiac
Mm.
issue, it's going to be instantaneous.
Oh,
Like
I
I think it
mean,
will be quite severe.
right. I mean, there's, that's why I worry about her just even jumping into that swimming pool and not having had a physical assessment from a doctor, because I don't know if in the one brief therapy session she had enough of a physical assessment to clear her for, any type of real, even walking in the pool. I think that people
Yeah.
don't realize when they're encouraging her. I know we want her to exercise, but she really does need a doctor's clearance just to make sure her heart can take it, because she has had so many behaviors, and like I said, she's starting to get closer and closer to the age, and the way that she health wise is at 40, and the patients who are getting more complications are getting younger.
Yep.
She's very, likely to have a cardiac event. Now, we're very good if we get people in time or they come to us with the chest pain, because they do often get that warning sign of the chest pain. If it doesn't happen in the sleep and it's actually when they're awake and they're actively feeling the chest pain, then a lot of times they can get in and they'll be, in the hospital. They could be in the hospital for 6 months having a bypass surgery.
Yeah.
So, I
So do
mean,
you,
it's really dependent on when the symptoms start to come about and whether you recognize them. A lot of people mistake them for gastric discomforts, um,
right.
and people can pass in the middle of the night. And the way she eats and then goes to sleep, it's worrisome.
Yeah. Do you think that though she would recognize the pain for what it is? Because I feel like that she's probably always constantly in pain.
Right, and that's the thing is that cardiac symptoms of an event about to happen very much mimic gastric discomfort.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so a lot of people will think they're getting cardiac issues and it's actually a gastric issue. And then some of the signs of female cardiac issues are lower back pain often. They don't necessarily get that, elephant on the chest feeling. There's a lot of,
Mm-hmm.
left sided left arm, you'll get kind of numbness, tingling. You'll kind of feel like stuff going on there. I mean, they do sometimes get that pressure, but it's usually, I mean, you'll go in pain. You'll start going, diaphoretic, sweating. I mean, but a lot of people think, oh, I'm having indigestion.
Right. Yeah.
So,
And and because of her size, um, I don't think that Salah would be able to even at any attempt at CPR would be effective on her.
oh, he is gonna have a tough time trying to break her chest bone.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
gotta get in there and you gotta break that chest bone
Yeah.
in order to get deep compressions on the cardiac muscle. If you don't break that
Yeah.
breastplate, you're never gonna
No,
get.
you're not doing it right. Yeah.
No, no. I used to always say that the big guy who does like all the gym stuff, he's the first one in on the patient.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get those ribs cracked.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's terrible, but true. All right, Chantel, keep going, girl. We don't know where your bottom is. Not like that.
I did get professional help for binge eating disorder. Like I say that every time because I feel like people think that I haven't done anything, and there is a long history of like seeking medical care. But there's also like I need to keep looking. I need to keep trying to see what is the best successful strategy for me to beat this. So yeah, I'm working on that too.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, there we go. Yes, I finally got to it.
Yeah. We're gonna keep going a
So,
little bit more about this subject now. You're
okay.
gonna get a lot more of this. She looks very satisfied that she's been regularly going to treatment, getting medical
So,
care.
so if I remember correctly, she went to or saw somebody regarding binge eating disorder. I want to say it's probably been like five or so years
You mean
since
that
she
wasn't the last appointment she had in
I
Canada?
I doubt it. Now, so generally the way it works here when you're seeking out mental health assistance, depending on where you go, and there are a lot of options available in Canada.
Oh, awesome.
Um, yeah, so you would get you would get some sort of primary assessment where they would determine how quickly they need to see you. So triaged, right?
Right.
Now, generally, Chantel is probably not going to be considered an urgent case where they're going to see her on an emergency session because she's not at high risk of hurting herself or somebody else in that
Right.
moment.
Right. Now, is that
But
because
they,
they've indicated they're wanting to harm themselves, or is it more like people with anorexia who are really like,
well,
the other end of
it
the
could be,
extreme?
yeah, it could be both, right? Like if you have an anorexic patient that's, their body is shutting down on them, obviously they're going to be sent for emergency care.
Right.
Um, but when it comes to seeking, counseling therapy on a longer term basis, you're going to have an initial assessment, and then they're probably going to, talk to you about the counselors that are available within that facility or within that program. Maybe ask you even if they're, to read their histories to decide if there's one that you might feel more comfortable discussing, your issues with.
Right.
But even if you do have to wait for a longer period of time, there are so many resources online available in Canada that she could be accessing that she's not. Um, like I just did a quick search the other night, and there's a website um, in Canada called the National Eating Disorder Information Center, where she would be able to go and get all kinds of information, and has a helpline available.
Now, do they have a TikTok page that she could go to?
Oh, yes, I'm not sure. That I'm not sure about.
So they don't
But
know how
it
to capture the
offers,
audience
yeah,
because
but it
most of their
offers
audience is
you,
on TikTok.
yes, but it offers you, there's, there's resources there that, there's all that she could access. Quite
Right,
often, if she's going to if she's going through a therapeutic center, they will give her resources that she can use until she has her appointment.
right,
Um, and then so when you do have that, that brief intake, um, and then you have, you say you finally get to your first appointment with your therapist or counselor, um, then they again, you're gonna go in, and it's very much gonna be a triage
right.
appointment, but in more detail. So they're gonna ask you, what do you feel like you kind of need immediate help with? And then they'll talk about what type of goals you want to set for yourself, to get out of your counseling sessions, your therapy sessions. Um, what are you looking for? Do you have behaviors that you need to change completely? Do you just need some advice? Are you just looking for some coping mechanisms? And then depending on how long the session is, then they might start going into more of a deeper history on the patient. Start discussing what types of events that have happened in their life that can be contributing to the issues they're facing at that time. Now, if you're talking about someone that's dealing with an active addiction that is possibly life threatening, and they need to get into some sort of detox, and rehabilitation, then that's going to obviously send them in a different direction than someone looking at a behavioral change, say
Right.
when it comes to food addiction or binge eating disorder, or um, possibly even anorexia or type of any other type of behavioral issue. Um, but they're long-term programs. Generally, you're going to do some sort of cognitive behavior
I
therapy
was
or
gonna ask you that,
dialectical.
and not to stop you, I just wanna thank my new member over here because you're
Oh,
gonna be
yes.
releasing Raven Tier became a new member. Thank you, Raven. Welcome to the Life and Vibe community. I'm so excited that you are wanting to, put some stethoscopes down there, or computers. We're doing investigative stuff tonight. We got the computer with the little investigative heart there. So thank you, thank you. Now I have some questions. That was kind of fascinating to me because the way she kind of discusses her therapy, and I just kind of wonder this last appointment that she keeps referring to. Do you believe that she was actually had an appointment that she was going and actually went to meet with somebody to discuss this?
So this is the appointment where she said that her therapist agreed that she should come back to Kuwait.
Correct. She
That one?
basically,
Yeah.
well, it seemed like when she went to the appointment, she basically told them she's going back to Kuwait.
Yeah. I think that's probably what happened. I think that she probably got there, or maybe it was over the phone or video, and and said, uh, I've decided I'm going to go back to Kuwait. I'm going to access resources there.
Do you
I
think
don't believe
you don't think the therapist told her about all the resources in Kuwait to help her get
in
her therapy
Kuwait.
on her tourist visa? That's what she said, that the therapist was very helpful. They told her where to get resources in Kuwait to continue. She's getting, doctors follow-ups with, you know
So, okay, so let me ask you this, Ray. As a medical professional, would you tell someone how to access resources in another country?
probably not.
Yeah.
That would not be my area of expertise.
I would think that maybe at best she was possibly told, when you get there, perhaps you can access online some of the resources we have available here
Right.
online, right?
Right.
Or they told her, well, when you get there, just look up online to see what resources are available to you there.
Right. So I wondered, when she went back at Christmas, did she manage to make an appointment with somebody? And she did it just to kind of potentially just make her family happy. I know that's
It-
a lot of diagnosing,
It's
but as a
possible.
case
Yeah,
study,
yeah.
potentially.
Possibly that would what? She went back 3 months after. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible she might have had an initial assessment intake done at Christmas time, and then her appointment was booked for 3 months later, so she went back
So
for
do
that
you think she was
appointment.
at a specific like weight loss, or, what type of therapist probably would have connected her with? Somebody with a specialty like you're looking to do?
I can't really answer that question because I don't know what she would have said she wanted as a form of therapy. Like if she said she needed help with binge eating disorder, then possibly she might have been referred to an eating disorder clinic or
Right.
someone that specializes in eating disorders. But if she just said she wanted general therapy to help with managing behaviors, then she probably would have been referred to just like a psychotherapist,
Right.
so. But again, that's not something I can answer without
Right.
knowing what she would have said,
Right, so
asked for in the
that's one of the
referral.
things that I always say. It's difficult, like, people talk about, having various medical conditions. I'm like, "I haven't seen her labs."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There are many
Yeah.
disorders that can appear very similar, but you need to know it's a little bit more, nuance than that. I did want to
Yeah.
talk about doing a Heimlich procedure with a larger body person. You find a really sharp furniture object, and you
Yes.
just
Yeah.
shove there, underneath the, the chest, right there under the under the breastbone area, and you have to just bang them really hard on furniture.
Yeah.
I'm talking like
Yeah.
hard corners and stuff. Like a chair won't even do it. We're talking hard corners of cabinets and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
It would
no.
be similar to performing it on yourself, right?
Correct, but you're gonna
Yeah.
have to, they say that because you're gonna have to get through potentially, you have to find a hard object to thrust them onto,
Mm. Yeah.
which is really traumatic to do to somebody,
Mhm.
rather than just, kind of coming behind them and trying to get your fist under and try to get that, you
Mhm.
know, elevated out of the esophagus. No, this time you literally got to use furniture to slam them. That's what we've been advised to do in, my part of the healthcare system, which is just, great. All right, keep going, Chantel, because she's going to get into the therapy now. This is the time when she lets the audience know how she's healthy, happy, and ready to move on with it all.
You're stuck indoors. We're not stuck. Like, we don't, when we're stuck indoors, it doesn't have to be at home. There's everywhere has AC here. So if I isolate, it's because I want to. Like, I have the freedom. We can go anywhere and do anything we want. It's not like something is holding me in here other than my own self. Hi, Mistress of Darkness.
Okay, that's just says a
Siwan
lot
Allah,
right
welcome to
there. I know we're stopping because she says so much. Because the isolation is something we notice. And obviously, I just want to thank government issued falafel. And I love falafels. I got falafels in the fridge. Thank you so much for becoming a new member to the community. Drop us your favorite emojis in the chat. Okay. All right. So this isolation she does, what's this about?
I well, I think for her, a lot of it is uh embarrassment of being seen in public.
Right. So you don't
Sure.
think she's the skinny queen and legend that she sometimes
Yeah.
tried to
Yeah.
portray herself as?
Yeah.
Because
Like,
it's very, isolated. Anytime they're doing anything, she gets upset when she, even in Canada, I noticed, like, if she thinks someone's walking around her, like, girl is on like
oh
alert.
yeah. Yeah. No. I think she's just embarrassed to be, of herself, and because she knows people are looking at her. So,
But she said she
again,
lost like 12 kilos recently.
yeah, yeah.
What do you think about
Well,
these weigh-ins that she
if she
presents?
if she d- if she did lose 12 kilos and she still looks as swollen as she does, then she's got, there's something really, really wrong with her
Right,
physically.
and I worry about her cardiac function when I start to see
Yeah,
so much swelling,
yeah,
because I don't know what her
yep,
legs look like. That would tell
yeah.
me
I can
everything.
imagine. Yeah,
And I don't think she ever elevates those legs. They look except when she goes seal position, but when she's in the chair like this, her legs are probably dependent the whole time, which is
yeah,
not good. All right. Yeah, she definitely, I've noticed, picks night times, which are dangerous, I think, for her to be walking around.
yeah. And
Isolated locations and stuff.
that comes down to how she feels about herself.
Right. And
Um,
I think she's not being truthful about her current weight.
no, she's not. She's not. No, because
Yeah.
she's in denial about everything. So, and that's
Yeah.
why she won't. Again, that's one of the reasons why you won't see her continue with therapies, because she will have to address all of these issues, and she does not want to address them.
Right. Do you remember her going to see anybody about 4 or 5 years ago, like she claims?
I don't know. I think it happened right when I started watching her, so I might not have been an avid watcher of her at that time. I think if I remember correctly, it happened after her cheese emergency, where she went to the emergency room after
Oh
eating so much
god.
cheese or something like that. Yeah.
Would
So,
they have maybe referred her to somebody after that type of
yes,
situation? Okay, tell us about
yeah,
that because
yeah, they would have. If she asked for it, for sure they would have.
right, do
But
you think
again,
she would have, or do you think they offered it to her?
I
Because I
think
don't feel like she asks for stuff like that. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, obviously, because she has too much
no.
pride.
No, I think, well, that's how she got diagnosed with binge eating disorder, though, was being referred to I think there was some sort of eating disorder clinic in the Ottawa area. So, at some point she did see somebody, but again, I think she only saw them once. She never went back for
Right.
follow-up appointments. So,
Shocker.
yeah, so, and I think that's because she gets told in these initial appointments that, there's no magic cure. You have to do the work. You have to make the changes. You have to acknowledge, and become more self-aware, and make those changes. And she doesn't want to do that.
Right, which is
And
why
that's
they tend to use cognitive behavioral therapies, I think, have shown better successes for managing these types of addictions or populations. Would that be correct?
yes, yeah, or dialectical behavior therapy is a new
Oh,
one
what's
that's
that? Oh, what's that? What's
it's
that?
very similar to cognitive behavior therapy. It just focuses a little bit more on the emotional aspect of your behaviors, whereas
Mm.
cognitive behavior therapy is kind of focusing more on, I want to say, the what is triggering the behavior and what you do in response to that
So would
trigger.
they probably experience both modalities, the patients, if they actually, follow through with the therapeutic course recommended?
Yeah, yeah, they could. It just, again, it's I mean, obviously you're going to get, when you're in treatment for, you know, changing behaviors, it comes down to knowing what is triggering those behaviors. So, learning which therapy is going to work best for somebody, again, it could be, you might have to try a couple of different ones to see what works for them, to get them to change those behaviors.
And I just
So,
don't see Chantel sometimes liking the work. The
well,
work.
that's it. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's why she never goes back. It's why, I doubt she sees, like somebody pointed out earlier, she's a non-compliant patient in every
Oh,
sense
yeah.
of the word.
Yeah. Yeah, I've talked about that, and some people are like, "Oh, you're such a terrible nurse." I'm like, but the thing is, we need to also be letting people know in healthcare we deal with a lot of non-compliance, and it's very frustrating, and it does burn you out after a while. And I
It
don't think
does,
that
yeah.
people realize how burning out that is when you have, trying to help people, especially, when you can see that they're, especially with the eating like this. I've seen so much of it with cardiac illnesses. And 76% of people who die in the United States are from a cardiac disorder.
Mhm. Yeah.
76%. It's three
And I
quarters
think
of the
it's
population. And it's not because everyone's got family hereditary problems to heart
no.
disease. The only thing they've
Yeah.
inherited is a lifetime of bad eating habits. I hate to say it. And lack of
Yeah.
exercise.
Yeah. Pat Ray's made a couple of good points in your
Oh,
chat
yeah, she
too
does.
that she's addressed about the difference between CBT and DBT. CBT, yes, she is right. Or sorry, I shouldn't assume that it's Pat is a she. CBT can be triggering for people with post-traumatic stress syndrome. So that's why DBT could be a alternative for them.
Yes,
So
and I also always have prefaced this as part of my channel is that for some people meditation is not a good plan. And what I mean, how do you feel about that? Because people always say you need to meditate, and for some people of trauma, that actually may unlock some stuff that you're not prepared or ready for.
yeah,
And
so
other than
just
this
speaking
blanket, everyone
from
should meditate.
yeah, just speaking from my own personal experience, um, I found that meditation um, is something to be done in, especially if you're trying it as a form of therapy, is to be done. You start very small. You start in very small 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute sessions, and then if it's working, you can start going longer.
Right,
But again, all of that can be, I find meditation personally for myself is more of works for a is more if I'm feeling anxiety in the moment, meditation helps me come out of that anxiety quickly.
right,
So just meditating for a couple of minutes and it changes the thinking of my current state.
right. But
So,
you
but
understand
again,
kind of the process you're going through. I think that's why, when I just hear I'll just meditate, I'm just like, oh, it's not like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. So it and again, like all you have, working with a therapist, you go through different treatments to find out what will work for you and what won't work
Absolutely.
for you, and
Well,
and
Chantel just needs one session. She's ready
yes,
to
I know. One session and she's cured. She goes to the
absolutely.
hospital, gets a shot of insulin. She no longer has diabetes.
No, it's
She's a
cured.
medical wonder, really. She is.
Yeah, well, and the sciatica constantly goes back to remission.
Yes, yeah. That's
Loves to pull that one out. I
yeah.
love to mention that she's never had an official diagnosis, and there's no way a
No.
doctor would just say, "Oh, yeah, you say you have sciatica?" I absolutely agree.
Yeah. Yeah. So
They might
I
say,
think
"What?" Just never.
unfortunately, I think unfortunately what Foodie doesn't realize is that um she is in such a state now that she needs professional intervention, but it's not just in regards to her mental health. She needs it for her medical health and also for her physical health because, she needs physical therapy on a weekly basis,
I
to
know.
help with her muscle tone and, it just so yeah, she needs, but she won't admit it. So,
No, because she's,
like you said,
jumping in the pool and nearly drowning herself.
yes, she thinks that, 5 minutes in a pool is she won't need to exercise now for another month.
Well, she does 10 minutes of Jane Fonda.
Oh yes, yeah. And if you believe that, I'm climbing Everest next month.
Well, I'm joining you. We're actually headed to the
Yeah.
same base camp.
Yeah.
So I look forward to seeing you there, pretty girl. All
Yeah.
right, let's get back to Chantel because she's going to start talking more and more about her Canadian therapy.
Very important bees, radiation bees, the wings. Yeah, you can get telehealth therapy. Exactly. I got telehealth when I was in Canada.
Yeah. So this is
Long
again,
time.
I'm not even sure that she actually saw a therapist I wouldn't be surprised if the initial appointment was just a phone appointment.
Right. So you think this telehealth appointment that she keeps telling you she talked to the doctor or the nurse practitioner or somebody, do you think that was this supposed but she showed herself sitting in that therapy office. What was that about? Remember she
I
was
don't know.
sitting
I might
somewhere
not
that
have.
said, it had like, it looked like she was waiting for her place in a appointment location.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm just, like I said, I'm scared. If she
I
did
just
see,
wonder if this was just a call to follow up from her hospital visit.
it could have been. It could very well been. Yeah.
I mean, just to follow up because I know we do that.
Yeah, they might have told her because if she doesn't have a family doctor and they needed her to follow up, they might have, it's possible the hospital had an off-site walk-in clinic that they might have told her to go to follow up on.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, or the telehealth because she said they were like calling and they gave this really wide time schedule, which did not sound like telehealth because usually they're pretty much an appointment time.
Yeah, it's
So
usually within a 2-hour period at most from what my experience here.
right, and she
But
said she was waiting from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. for this
yeah,
call.
I don't, I'm not sure. Um,
And
like I
that's why I
said,
wonder if it was just a hospital follow-up call. Like,
it
did you
could have
get
been.
primary care doctor
It
yet?
could have been, yeah, it could have been the emergency room doctor or the charge nurse calling her to find out how she was doing.
Yeah, did she do her discharge instructions?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there will be people that call, like, it's not necessarily from the floor, but there'll be nurses that they have in specific departments. Like, I know we did it in the cardiac area, and I'm sure they probably do it to the emergency room. Especially with the sort of thing that she came in with and not having a doctor, that they do tend to follow up and find out, kind of where you're at. People
Yeah.
may or may not pick up the call.
Yeah.
But they do tend to follow up with some type of, ensuring that people follow discharge. Now, is that similar in Canada? Do you know? I'm sorry, I'm going to cough. My allergies are terrible.
Yeah, no, I don't have a lot of emergency room experience, and there could be different hospitals might have, and it could be depend on a case basis, right?
Right.
Um, so I can't really comment on that, but um, so I'm not sure whether that would happen here or not. It's possible because she doesn't have a primary care physician. She was quite ill, so it's very
Right.
possible they called to say, listen, are you feeling okay? Did you continue any medications you were given?
Right.
It's very possible.
Yeah.
Not out of the realm for sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's Chantel keep telling us about her therapeutic services she's been receiving.
Exactly. Yeah. He did that while you were eating because he didn't know I was doing it till after. He just kind of I just said vaguely like, I'm thinking of doing a video, and I was like telling him I was thinking of doing a video, but he didn't know what kind of video. And then I saw he got a phone call, and I knew he would be a little while, so I thought, maybe I will do the video. I don't know, because I saw like people like I've done a lot of like I've been open about this a lot, so I don't think it's like it shouldn't be a shock to like regular viewers, but I think it's something that's totally normal that happens in life. Hi, Nikki. I think like I saw somebody leave a comment like you're just another Amber Lynn. Like, yeah, in the way that we both have pretty much the same eating disorder. Yeah, for sure. Hi, clothing girl. Hi. And I realized that I think Amber Lynn and I are like the only ones who share the complete cycle on camera. Like, I don't know about any other people. Maybe there are, but like the negative everything, and we get heavily criticized for it. I don't know, like, you know what I mean? So it's like, I feel like it's because we share those things that we get all of that. But
Okay.
I don't know.
Wow.
It's
What
not
do you think about that statement? There's
it's
a
not
lot to
because
unpack.
yeah, it's not because they share it. It's because their attitude towards it. Like even in her body language and the tone of her voice there, she's like, we get a lot of attitude for sharing our disorders online. Well, yeah, maybe you should.
Right. How do you feel objectively from a professional perspective about how they do kind of, present that in social media?
So, looking at this through a therapeutic lens,
Yes.
and again, just to reaffirm, I'm not a professional yet,
Right.
but
We're just
from
having
what,
conversations for education,
yeah,
informational purposes
yeah.
only. We're not diagnosing or
Um,
treating anybody, people.
but
Okay.
again, if I was presented with this, um, one of my one of my very first suggestions would be this person needs to get off social media.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I feel
yeah.
that the access to the almost like, just kind of looking at, say, from my lay person, somewhat medical side, is that unfortunately YouTube does a very poor job of ensuring that people follow terms of service. They have been glorified and monetized. It's obviously very easy to make money. It supports their behaviors. There's very little that would encourage them to leave.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's really very little to encourage them to actually improve, because I think
Yeah.
even though we're happier when we can see that they're trying to supposedly get it, because Amber Lynn fails all the time too. Um, she loves to come out as like healthy girl and just it doesn't
Yeah.
last long.
So
We're not
yeah,
getting
so
into
I mean,
Amber Lynn because she's dull, but
no.
they have similar
So
sort of behaviors, I guess, which is
they
correct.
do. Yeah, and if you're looking at if I'm looking at this through someone who is needing to change their behaviors. And again, I've said behaviors 1,000 times tonight, and because it's really the cusp of what she needs to change in her life in order to get herself healthy is her behaviors. Is that um, you have to change the situation that enables those behaviors. So again, going back to someone who has some sort of addiction to a substance, many times people who manage to overcome those addictions, it is because they completely change
Right,
where they live, what they're doing, their social circle,
right.
everything.
Yeah, it's like a massive change. I mean, you have to
Yes.
be prepared to lose friends that you had,
Yeah. Yep. You have to, yeah, you quite often have to change everything about your life in order to overcome those issues.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
so,
What do you think
so
about her talking about, like, it's just us, we're the only ones who'll come out here and be so vulnerable and open? Do you
it's
think they're really vulnerable and open?
the unique syndrome, right? It's like, um, well, that doesn't work for me because I'm special. Well,
Okay.
no, it's not that you're special. It's because you're not acknowledging that you have the problems that you have.
Right. Because I think
Well,
that it's kind of like a little bit of a victim mentality
yeah,
that, people are so harsh on them, but they try so
yes,
hard
yeah,
to fix things, and we just don't understand.
yes, no,
Everyone says if you really wanted to fix stuff, you would be off social media and you would be going, taking care of these issues. You certainly have all made enough money that you should have put it aside, but they also have shopping addictions.
yep, yep. And again, that's just transference of the behavior, right?
Right. Because they
So,
have this access to money. So now they were buying all this stuff from Amazon all the time.
yeah. And then we see when Chantel has access to other substances, how she uses them. So it's just transference of the behaviors.
Do you
And so
think she abides in those behaviors when she returns to Canada?
do I think she what? Sorry?
Abides, returns to some of those
Oh yeah.
disruptive behaviors when she
Yeah.
returns to
Oh,
Canada.
for sure. Yeah, she does.
You mean
Yeah.
she's not a
She
good Muslim revert
no.
and being
She has
allowed?
she has no self-control at all. And so again, that is someone living in, living in active addiction. They don't
Oh
have
yeah,
control over
right. And we
that.
won't
So
even touch her in the religious part because that's a whole other conversation.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
All right, keep going,
uh,
Chantel. Oh, do you have one more thing to add before I
I was
start it
just
back
gonna
up?
say in the chat there, Justine made a good point
Oh, let me bring
where
her up.
they commented that um, we don't know anything more than what she puts in public, and cluster B personality disorders are very difficult to diagnose and treat. Very difficult. Yep.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and I
and
think
they are the ones that you hear tossed around the most that people don't understand what they
yeah.
actually are.
Right, right. And I've even said she lives around the cluster B,
Yeah.
but I
She definitely,
understand that she has some traits out of cluster B.
yes.
So, but I
Yeah.
would not be able to diagnose her. I just see some
Yeah.
traits that, lead me to wonder. But
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, she does display traits, but without doing those very in-depth personality assessments, there's no way, obviously, to
right.
say
And
for
she
sure.
doesn't really want to be fully assessed, I feel. She doesn't
No,
want to
she
hear
doesn't.
what's like.
No.
You want to have someone turn around and tell her she's borderline or something.
Yeah.
Not that I'm
Yeah.
saying that she's borderline, okay? I'm just
No,
saying
but
that, any type of these I think there's still a stigma around mental health,
oh, there is. There is absolutely. Yeah.
you
And
know?
cluster B is kind of the, you know, could be considered the worst of the worst.
Right, and people love to there's so many channels discussing narcissism in YouTube, it's wild.
Oh, yeah, that's
Very
one of the reasons why I
popular
said I
topic.
thought about starting my own channel to talk about, real life applications of these terms that are all over the internet and not the internet version of them.
Right, and I felt the same way about health information because even with Anna coming out with her lipedema diagnosis, it was like, I can't do anything. It's not no diet or exercise will help, which is the complete opposite from what the healthcare professionals say. It helps
Yeah,
manage your disease. It's not going to cure it, but they're all for the cure and not for the management, I feel. Like the simple,
yeah,
quick cure.
yeah.
Foodie's always talking about weight loss surgery. Is she a candidate for this in Canada? She's had 2 pulmonary embolisms. I would be nervous to put her on a table.
She's again, that's kind of out of my realm, but
Okay,
based on what I know of weight loss surgery in Canada, she's not compliant. Like she'd have to go through the therapy. She'd
right,
have to go through the liquid diet. She'd have to go
right,
through losing weight on her own beforehand. She doesn't want that. She just wants to go in and have someone, do the surgery and wake up 110 pounds the next day.
right. Absolutely, and with the 6-pack ab, of course.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I think has changed with weight loss surgeries is that they've realized if you don't address that mental component and ensure these patients can then maintain the procedure, then you're not a good candidate. They're not going to have you go to risk like that. And I think people just
Yeah.
think you can walk in and demand what you want.
Yeah. No. So,
Yeah, yeah, because they
it's
need to think you're going to be successful, and there's a ways to assess the level of assess. And she doesn't show any behaviors that show that she would be successful with that
no,
program. Yeah.
no.
Now, a lot of people talk about her going inpatient. Is that something that happens in Canada? Like, get her in an inpatient, get the food away from her.
Uh, I think that there are probably facilities in Canada that could help her with that. Yes. Yeah.
Would that
No,
be
they won't
something
be.
that could be recommended or suggested for her? I mean,
Oh, I'm
is
sure.
she in a
Yeah.
place where she needs this? Would you think
Yes.
you would
And
benefit from her?
there are a lot of programs that deal with obesity in Ontario that would be covered by our health insurance.
Wow.
But there are also private ones that would be available too. Again, it all depends on the priority that she puts on her health.
Right. Is Canada kind of experienced the same health issues through kind of these like, morbid obesity the same way we do in the US? I know we're special here.
Yeah, it's again because our population is not the same, so obviously it's not, not as high. But yeah, we do have a problem with obesity here. Like we have tons of people on Ozempic here too for weight loss, and diabetes is increasing. Type 2 diabetes is increasing big time here due to obesity, and yeah, we do
Now,
have
she
the
talked
same.
about having been on that drug briefly.
Ozempic, yeah,
Yeah.
she was on it. She was also on another substance at the time, so I'm not sure which one actually worked. But because she did lose weight over that time period,
Oh, I'm sure she
but
did.
yeah, but she said that when she first started the Ozempic, she didn't like the feeling of it because she wasn't hungry.
Huh, fancy that.
Yeah,
Fancy her not liking the feeling of not feeling hungry.
yeah,
So it just kind of says to, because I've known friends of mine who've had to tolerate that drug because they want to, improve their health, and they've, didn't feel great, but over time, they just kind of adjusted the diet and made sure they weren't eating things that would sort of exacerbate the, gastric system. So, and result of that, because the people are changing their eating habits too, and tending to eat lighter, obviously that's going to help you lose the weight as well.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
No, but I don't think she's interested in weight loss, even though she
No,
talks about it quite regularly.
no.
And she just
She's
magically loses kilos.
If she was serious about losing weight, then she would accept that she needs help in, like I said, she needs help in addressing the binge eating disorder,
Right.
um,
And
possibly
she
a food
thinks that she
addiction.
tells her audience, I think, that she went to an appointment
Yeah,
and that she's justified now with
yeah,
continuing
no,
her behaviors.
yeah,
Oh. All
yeah.
right, let's get back to Chantel's nonsense real quick, because we could
Yeah.
just keep on talking. But we're going to keep bringing in Chantel because I know people like to hear her and her rhetoric.
Danielle. Hi, Tina. Hello, good evening. So yeah. What was my point? My cuticles regrow so bad. They're out of control. I know, Derpy. It's very dangerous. I know. Do I think about food all the time? Well, not all the time, but most of the time. you know? I don't think we excuse it. Like, no, but like, how am I blaming others, Jen? I don't think I'm blaming anyone. I fully say in my videos, I want to take responsibility for that. I don't blame anyone else. But I also recognize that like people really just shoo binge eating disorder, the severity of it, under the rug, Like if when it comes to like, for example, anorexia, people have no problem being like, this is very serious, blah, blah, blah. Like I feel like they treat other eating disorders because they're more known and more documented. Then like binge eating disorders just now, I find in the recent years starting to, like, for example, when I went to the binge eating clinic, they didn't even have a program for like binge eating and in the way of like really how to deal with obesity kind of, like I just feel like it's just kind of seen as more trivial, like not as taken as serious. It's maybe not, it shouldn't be used to justify, but it in a way, yeah, because like it's, how do I say it? It's a reason why these things happen is because binge eating is a serious mental health disorder. Google, all you have to do is Google binge eating disorder is a serious mental health condition. And I think that, we're seen as like weak and pathetic every time we cave in. And I definitely think that's the case.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. What did you think to all of that? That's a lot to unpack. She said a lot in that statement.
Well, she's right. If you Google binge eating disorder, you can also find a lot of resources for it too that somebody can access online if they wanted. But I think, like I said, she said that again,
She said it
someone
was
maybe
like
with
they didn't really understand the disorder 4 or 5 years ago. Is that correct? Do you think there was a
mm,
lack of understanding of BED and that she's just, doesn't get the resources and the help that because that they trivialize her problems?
yeah, again, I can't really comment on that because I
Right.
don't know exactly who she saw, what
Right.
type of clinic she went to, you know. Um, Again, I could definitely see a therapeutic center not taking her seriously if she doesn't show up for an appointments,
Right. Right.
right? You know,
Right, and there
so
are sometimes they do with these types of programs have you sign like a patient um what's the word I'm looking for? Like an agreement with the clinic that you're going to take the time and take the effort to actually succeed through this program, like a patient contract almost. Is that
right.
something that happens in Canada?
Yes. I mean, yeah, for they do because, those spots are, if there's a long waiting list for them, right?
Right,
So, it's if you're not going to take your your treatment plan and care plan seriously, then why should the medical professionals do it?
right. Right,
So
and I
it's
think there's a lot of people that I see that have a lot of amazing amount of comorbidities, like illnesses, and none of it is their fault. It's never been lifestyle. It's just they've been born a victim, literally, of their health.
yes, yeah, yeah. So, we're only getting, 10% of the story here out of Chantel about it not being taken seriously or being shoved under the rug or, you know,
The only
because we
person
don't
I can
know.
see not taking it seriously or
It's
shoving
her.
it under the rug, yeah, it's her.
It's her.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. And she does absolutely I see some comments in the chat that she absolutely uses it as an excuse,
Right,
uh, to eat the way that she does and then say it's a mental health issue. Well, she
right,
is right. It is a binge eating disorder is considered a mental health issue. Food,
right.
addiction, addictive behaviors, even though food addiction itself is not in the DSM-5, the behaviors around it are mental health related. And that's a great comment, Rita. You're absolutely right.
Oh, what did we
Um,
say? Oh,
yeah, but
I know. Her eyes look very red.
yeah, but there comes a point where, you know, again, you have to take the personal responsibility.
Right, and so it seems
So
funny
you
to me
can't
that Talal
constantly
took a
use it
phone
as an
call,
excuse.
so she's gonna eat, 3 packets of ramen noodles and 2 pizzas.
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause is
So
that was like do you think she was calling out for attention from him? Or, was he not
it's
even there?
possible. Yeah, again,
Because what I mean,
I
I would be asleep. I wouldn't even notice if anybody was taking a call.
the only thing I will say, I don't agree. Again, I don't know the culture necessarily there, but I don't
Absolutely.
think ever it cool. That part of the world is like, their culture is to be up all night.
Right,
That is Chantel. She is, she sleeps all day and is up all night,
right.
and um,
He's trying to allude to the fact that he's, like, on the phone with a friend at 1 AM talking business.
yeah, yeah. No,
Like,
I
and a lot
doubt
of his
it.
friends, I think, are married, so why would
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah. So, and which just leads me to think that he doesn't have a job. Like, you know, so,
Right, and she's
um,
wishy-washes about whether he's employed or not.
yeah. So,
Because he spends
because it
every
could be
moment
quite
with her, but he's a
right.
successful businessman.
Because it could be quite dangerous for him, apparently, if he doesn't have a job. He could risk his status there as a expat or whatever. So,
Right, and
um,
that's one of the things that I think always forgets to be highlighted is Salah is not a Kuwait national
no,
and is there on a permission in a
yeah,
respect, and he needs to have a job other than
yeah,
being Chantel's
exactly,
caretaker.
yeah.
I don't think that
So,
is a professional occupation.
yeah. So, if there is a way for rules to be bent or broken, Chantel will find a way to get around it if possible.
Right, and that
Yep.
potentially is why they started that MLM business, was to
Yeah.
show he's got a job, even
Yeah.
though it shouldn't be qualified as one.
Yeah.
Another
So
scam. All right, let's keep her going because she's going to get into the therapy stuff. This is where she gets into it deep.
Thank you, Gina. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better today. My dietitian told me food addiction is as hard to quit as someone who is on heroin. There you go. And if people want to like villainize me for that and say, "Oh, you just can't control yourself. You just overeat. You're just a pig," then that's how you see me. That's fine. But I'm just going to tell you how it actually is in my case, and believe me or not, I can't control that. So stigma.
Okay.
That's the word I was looking for, Kelly. More violent.
Okay, Chantel has no control.
Well, I mean, I agree that she is very impulsive, for sure. She has very poor impulse control.
Yes.
But
And that would seem while she flew back to Kuwait so quickly over Christmas, I think.
Yeah. But this goes back to what I said when we started this, is that binge eating disorder and food addiction are two separate things.
Right.
So, and yes, they can coexist together, but does she have food addiction? 'Cause she's never spoken about being diagnosed as a food addict.
No, she's only said she's had this issue, but she's never, I don't think she's ever actually said that's a diagnosis she's received.
Yeah.
Because she's called herself a food addict, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's she definitely doesn't want to take any responsibility, I feel.
No. Yeah, she won't.
No.
And again,
and she's a victim with it too.
Yes.
Very
so
much.
Those, not taking responsibility, being a victim, those are a couple of the things that I would say are, those are narcissistic traits. Okay. It's always somebody else's fault.
Right.
Doesn't mean she's a narcissist, but they're a narcissistic trait.
Right. And I think that's one of the things that people don't understand. There are traits, and then there's the other type of diet, which is a little bit more intense.
Yes.
All right, Chantel, keep telling us. She's going to keep going on now. This is when she hits into this conversation. She's going to clarify it with her audience.
Stigma against BED, yes. Especially if the people are like super obese. It's seen as, I feel like binge eating, like, and obesity are not seen as eating disorders as much. I think now it's starting to more come around, but ALR said she doesn't have BED. I've heard her say she has BED. I didn't know I had BED. Like, even like when I first started YouTube, I thought that about myself. I'm just like to eat. Like, I never really knew what was wrong with me. I didn't care. Being a new member here, did you say you didn't like those pizzas, the ones that I didn't eat, that you held up beside the one in bed? Yeah, I don't like them.
So is she self-diagnosing, or did she get one person who said something to her at some point in the healthcare system in Canada?
I have no way of knowing, because
she lies so much.
She lies. Yeah. She might have gone to one appointment at an eating disorder clinic, and they said, it's, you're exhibiting symptoms of BED. That doesn't necessarily mean you have it.
Right.
And the criteria actually for BED has changed, and it's been updated in the DSM-5.
Are you able to quickly summarize that?
I think it changed. Let me just grab my little manual.
She really likes this term at the moment.
Yeah.
It's her excuse
and
for her habit.
Just because you have something doesn't mean you can't control it.
Right.
Or learn to get over it.
Right. She seems like I'm helpless to this. It just has hold of me. There's now I can do.
Yeah.
I'm just a person who is without any willpower to this, and I have no control, and I will continue to exhibit these behaviors.
I'm just trying to think here. Let's see.
Somebody says she looks high in this video. My pharmacists are always calling her out. Well, a
I
lot of
don't
people.
have it in my little mini DSM-5 here, but I think the change, again, don't quote me on this, but I believe the
Okay.
change went from having several binges a week to down to as little as 2.
Okay.
And
I
again,
think they're
it went,
starting to, like, they used to have very high thresholds for certain things, but I think they're
yeah,
changing some of these thresholds
yeah.
for
So I
behaviors,
think,
like binge drinking, which is something that is, done for, maybe on one day, but you really go for it.
so I think again, when it comes to using the DSM-5 as a diagnostic tool, is that you're looking at a range of behaviors across the spectrum. So um, it's again, it's like, okay, how often is this person exhibiting this behavior? Out of the list of the criteria that's listed, how many of the criteria do they meet? Is
Right.
it on a daily basis, a weekly basis, a
Right.
monthly basis? It's
And it
not
also
just,
takes the patient having a level of honesty with their practitioners,
yeah, yeah. So, yeah,
because
so it's,
you don't want people knowing you're binging every day, twice a day, then you might put once a week, correct? I mean,
right.
I
And
can see
again,
someone like
right,
Chantel
exactly,
doing that.
exactly. Um, it may take someone who's attending therapy to 5 or 6 sessions, or to admit how much they're actually doing to a therapist, because they have to develop that trust as well. So
Right. And I don't
yeah.
feel like I don't think she trusts healthcare professionals, whether it's mental health or, traditional medicine. She doesn't seem to trust them.
um
She trusts Dr.
I don't
Doodle
know.
on TikTok more, it feels.
I don't know if it's that she doesn't trust them. It's that I don't think they tell her what she wants to hear.
Right. Right.
So that's why she finds stuff online that will back up what she feels or thinks.
Yes. Yes, I would agree with that point, funny girl. I would absolutely agree that she looks for information. She looks for diagnoses that she thinks has going on all the time. She's
Yeah.
constantly diagnosing herself. Constantly. All right, Chantel. And
Oh,
her health
and
is
sorry,
failing.
yeah, the other comment I wanted to make there
Oh,
is she
sure.
made the comment about obesity and BED not being taken seriously. Well, you don't
Right.
have to be obese to be diagnosed with BED.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that, because there's a lot of people that want to make sure that, that people don't think that that's necessarily what's always happening. I think there's so much blanket statements made and confusion, which is why I'm so excited to have you here tonight and so many people listening and watching this evening on this topic. So thank you guys. If you like to hit the likes, it's a free way to support the channel. But yeah, because I think people are fascinated, because it's just like I said, we know that social media is wild, and that's why we
Yeah.
start these channels, those of us who are in the profession. And I try not to sensationalize, but obviously I have to do a certain amount in the thumbnail to get people to look,
Of course. Yeah.
Unfortunately, you have to play the YouTube game a little bit. But I always want to try to come with, compassion and understanding to these topics. Okay, let Chantel continue, because she's going to go on even further about this topic. Don't you worry. And we'll call it quits at some point. We got a great audience at the moment. We got a lot of people watching. Thank you, funny
I don't
girl.
really like
You're
them,
bringing
no.
people to the
I've had
channel.
some and then I'm just like, why am I eating these? I don't like them. You're not the only person with it. I know for sure. Yeah. I know I'm not. Yeah. It's so hard to get control of. Exactly. See, he wasn't happy, but he understands as well more now than ever. Like, those who know and those who don't. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Tina. Like it's hard, but still, I do have to take responsibility regardless. Like, no matter if you're addicted or what, you have to take responsibility. I understand that. But you can't, that's why the responsibility is not on anyone else but myself to do this, because no matter how much you love someone, no matter how much you try to make them change, you can't. You cannot, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink it. You can't force it. If somebody doesn't want to change, if they want, we have the right to make these choices, right? If they're good choices, if they're bad choices, the only thing you can do is advise, and then that's it. Like, the person has that choice, but it's also not as easy as that, and addiction and problems, they come with a lot of, like, it's just a lot of, I don't know even how to, it's a crazy world, So anyway, even if you've been through it, your journey and your experience are not the same as the next person's.
I, I just want to thank Miss T for becoming a new member. Thank you so much. We are excited that you're joining the community. So, what do you feel about her? What she's saying at this point about the responsibility. I mean, I do agree that it's personal responsibility.
It is, but she doesn't do anything to exhibit that personal responsibility.
I know. That's why I wanted to hear your comment.
Yeah.
I don't mean to laugh. I know. It's just it's hard. It's that's why I give my hats off to you in the mental health profession, because it's so, I at least, I mean, I know, there's people like me who probably get therapy and, use it for the correct reasons without, I've had a lot of therapists tell me I'm pretty actually solid minded. And I think part of it is because I come openly and say, hey, I need to reflect on this, this is going on, and have used those services for a long time. And, just because I know it's great support for me, because I'm in a situation where I'm, find myself sometimes, I don't want to always, burden my friends with my problems, and my YouTube platform is not meant to go burden people with my problems either. And sometimes you just want to talk it through so you can find the best recourse on how to solve or manage or whatever. So, but she doesn't seem to show responsibility to anything, though she talks about it.
Yeah. Yeah. She talks. Yeah. I mean, and I think she has this, again, idea. She thinks if she talks about it, then it makes it true.
Right. And
without
it's
actually going through with any of the actions.
right. So she's not spent, I think what we're understanding is she's not had enough contact with therapists for a consistent period of time
No.
to really get an established diagnosis.
No. I would say no, she hasn't, but based on what's been presented, I would say no.
Right. Right. But she seems very confident that she's gotten all these diagnoses from healthcare
Yeah.
professionals. They can't help
And
her.
and again, she may have received a initial diagnosis 5 or 6 years ago. That doesn't necessarily mean it's still the correct diagnosis.
Right. Right. It's, I mean, times have, Chantel, you need to, keep updated. So anyway, she talks about Salah has no responsibility in what she does, which is true.
Mhm.
But he does enable her, I feel, by bringing her the food.
Yeah, he does. He does.
So I think that, she tries to make out that, it's very interesting. All right, keep going, Chantel. She's gonna keep on going.
Can be similar, but they're not the same. Like how you deal with it, you're not the same person. You're not equipped with the same tools. Like how can you both be handling a situation the same when you don't have the same tools, when you don't have the same life? It was so easy to lose weight, there wouldn't be high rate of obesity. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Bertha.
You're exactly right, Miss T. You need to tell the truth for a correct diagnosis.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And Chantel definitely likes to skirt around the truth. Oh.
Mhm.
And she's just like, she just it's interesting. All right, let's keep her going because she talks more about this. I know we're getting tired. We're slowing down here.
Yeah, I don't get the urge to binge.
We'll get her a little bit further and then we'll wrap it up, Miss Funnigo.
Gastric bypass here and
too much of your time.
So yeah, exactly. It's definitely success. It helps. Like, you've lost a lot of weight and kept it off, but yeah, it's hard. It doesn't cure everything. For some people, it doesn't help. For some people, for the most people that get it, though, statistically it does. Hi, Kim.
I think she was talking about weight loss surgery there.
Right. And she's an obesity expert, of course.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
Yeah, and she's going to get this weight loss surgery, which we've discussed. In Canada, she would not be a candidate for, most likely.
I don't think, no, she wouldn't, I think if she did have the surgery, it wouldn't help. It might help her initially because you can't eat when you initially have the surgery, but in the long term, she would not be a successful candidate.
No, I had a patient that had a massive cardiac event, did cardiac rehab with me, and right at the end, he got a scheduled date right at the end of December, which if anybody knows US healthcare is great because you're trying to get it in before, because you've tapped out your copay.
Mm-hmm.
So he was able then to get weight loss surgery, and he was preparing for that surgery while he was completing cardiac rehab, because a lot of times they want them to complete these rehab programs, obviously. And he told us, I mean, we saw the weight start to come off him too, because he was on a complete liquid diet.
Yeah.
And the weight was coming off, but he really was determined that cardiac event, and obviously being somebody who was a dad and a grandfather, and he was still in his 50s, that it was the wake up call for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, and some people, you will see dramatic. I had a guy who was a runner, okay, and he had a heart attack right at the end of a half marathon. And obviously not the person that you would think would get a heart attack. He'd been somebody following up with his doctor, his labs always looked fine and stuff, but he did admit he did like to eat junky food and fast food with his male colleagues, young colleagues. And after that
Right.
event, he stopped doing it. And the
Yeah.
kids would be like, hey, let's go. There's a lot of encouragement in the workplace. Let's go get Chick-fil-A. Let's go get this. Let's go get that. And he started to decline it all. He said that was the thing. He said, I thought I was doing everything right. He said, I finally realized my diet was not,
Mm-hmm.
not a good
Yeah,
diet.
you can't outrun a bad diet, right?
Right.
Even if you're 110 pounds, you can't outrun a bad diet.
Right. Even if you're a guy who runs all the time, runs half marathons, he was skirting. He didn't even realize, a lot of these
Yeah.
people, they don't realize, and as we get older, which is why she needs medical clearance. Okay, keep going, Chantel.
Privileged eating disorder. See, anorexia is actual mental healthy illness disorder. They're both mental illness disorders, YouTube lover. People don't, it's both a form of damaging your body, and people, I don't think normal people without a mental illness like that would enjoy doing it, So I don't think people enjoy being 400, 500, 600 pounds, but it's the food that they love more than anything, And I don't know, it's a mental problem for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, well, how do you feel about her expressing it that way as a case study?
Well, when she
She's
says
acknowledging it's a mental disorder.
yeah, but she refuses to get mental health help.
Right. So I feel like
And
she's using this now as her crux for her behavior.
yeah. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
So yeah.
Like,
No, she refuses. So she knows that it's related to mental health,
right.
but she refuses to get help for
Right.
that. So
Right.
I mean, if you change the behavior, if you change the way you're thinking and those behaviors, then make those changes first, then the diet is naturally going to come after
Right.
that,
Right.
right?
Right. And she doesn't do anything. I mean, like I said, I haven't seen her eat a vegetable in it feels like weeks. I mean, I
Right.
feel like her
Yeah.
diet is actually getting worse.
Yeah.
Like more carbs, more, just carbs and bread. And, I'm just like, I don't think whatever she's been prescribed, she's going to be insulin dependent soon. Her pancreas is
She
not.
probably should be now, but I don't think she's seeing any type of doctor regarding.
Oh, absolutely not. And we haven't seen her demonstratively try to show a blood sugar in a while.
Yeah.
She was showing off the blood sugars, but too many people understood your blood sugars, Chantal.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
She thinks that because she doesn't think that anybody else in girl world is as smart as she is.
Right.
But we as
Yes.
reaction channels, and just as an interesting side note, she does kind of think that none of us are very bright.
Yeah.
That she's smarter than all of us.
Yes.
And what is that?
Another narcissistic trait.
Okay. Because I would think that she would probably think, not that it's like the international, intelligence Olympics over here, but I would think that she would challenge that she's probably better educated and smarter than I am.
Yeah. Oh
Even
no,
though
she
I
probably
have
would.
two bachelor degrees, a year of
Right.
postgraduate studies, and speak a second language, which I studied for 18 months at the Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico. So I speak
Yes.
fluent Spanish.
So what she would say is that you don't know her. You don't know her personal situation,
Well, my
right?
personal situation was very similar to hers because I had a teenage mother.
Yeah, I did
So
too, actually. Yeah.
right. Yeah. So, and my parents divorced when I was young. So, all her victimhood and all her sort of stories, I think a lot of us have experienced hard times during our
Mm-hmm.
childhood, early adulthoods, and throughout
Yep.
life. I mean, it doesn't stop.
Nope.
I think that's why she isolates herself to kind of deflect from really any hard stuff going, like paying her
Yeah,
taxes.
she doesn't want to deal with reality in any
Right.
sense. So, yeah.
Oh, absolutely not. She's,
Until she's forced to deal with it.
right. And then she
And
looks
that's,
like she's going into panic mode.
yeah. Yeah.
Like she's got real angry with the channels and started raging.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's a whole
Yeah.
nother topic, I'm thinking,
It
correct?
is. It is. Yeah.
All right, let her continue because she's going to keep going on about the eating. She really goes off.
I have to keep junk out of my house. Like it's bad. If I smell cake, it's over. Right? And that's a lifetime thing. It's hard to keep pushing those demons away every day. It feels like you just want to. That's why you cave in, because you just don't have the fight in you that day. You're just like, whatever.
She doesn't push them away any day.
Yeah, it's not a privilege at all.
I was about to say, has she ever showed a fight?
No. No, she doesn't push them away any day.
Right. She'll show up with like my favorite, heavy flavored coffee drink from Tim Hortons.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised with somebody who supposedly had a gastric illness that she was able to consume food so quickly.
Yeah.
She seems to recover very quickly from all of her medical conditions.
Yes, she does.
It's miraculous.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always curious, is she experiencing something and then she's using it to, that's a whole other topic. Okay, keep talking
Yeah.
about your addictions, Chantel.
But like everyone has their opinion. I would always say before I had a case of perpetual hopelessness. Yes.
Well, congratulations
And
on your
fail by lunch.
sobriety, Miss Queen.
Exactly. Sometimes I make it to the end of the day and I think it's so, copacetic, but did you clean the second bedroom? No. Hi, Mercy Me.
Yeah, she's too scared to find the corpse of Howie in there.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because nobody has seen Howie since
Yeah.
the nest that she showed. And everyone knows that hamster was in that room somewhere. And they never re-got the hamster. The hamster got out. Who knows what happened to the hamster? Because she's not been chopping up cucumbers for Howie. We've not seen Howie.
Mm-hmm.
Chantel, where's Howie? Okay, let her keep going. Yeah.
I disagree with you, Sophie. I disagree with you. Maybe I don't always do my best at taking responsibility, but I do try. Every single day I wake up, I have the intention. And I try to, okay, not every day. Sometimes I just know I'm not going to try and I just whatever. But most of the time, every day I tell myself, okay, I'm going to, like this person said, you try to get through every hour, So, but you're entitled to your opinion. I feel like moving more, swimming more, yoga, taking medication.
Okay. Okay.
So again, if I had a client tell me that,
Right.
I would say then, what can you change to ensure you do start to become successful?
Right.
Because if
And
you
what
change
sort of
nothing,
answers would you want to hear from the client in that respect? What would you want them to start to let you know? Because she's just a victim to the feelings.
right? So at that point, I would say that they need to acknowledge that they obviously can't do this on their own, and they do need some sort of help to make
Right.
those changes. So then, it would start to, then you'd start to break down, you'd start to discussing specifics based on the patient's needs, right? So
Right. Right. And she's kind of, how I kind of see her is that she's never going to reach that space, I mean, she wakes up already with the excuse.
yeah, yeah.
And she tried that meal planner. I don't know if that was something that she wanted to show the therapist, supposedly, that she was going to see. Like, look at
Oh,
me.
right.
I'm
She was
planning for my
writing
meal.
down food. Yeah,
Yes. I felt it was like performative for her appointment or something. Like,
it possibly. Yeah,
she
yeah.
does not plan for her meals or,
No,
what things could distract her from
no,
eating. She's done nothing to distract her from eating either. She's no
no.
hobbies. She's not
She
taking up
doesn't.
crocheting or something that keep her hands busy other than food.
No, you know.
Smoking the shisha
So,
is not the other
oh,
solution.
yeah, that's a whole other thing. Yeah. Again, I would, something if I would suggest to someone in this situation, to any situation that wants to change, is that you have to actively choose to make that change happen every day.
Right,
Like you have to participate every day.
right.
And yeah, it's hard.
Yeah,
It's damn hard. I
yeah,
know. I've been through it myself. But
right,
you have to act, and I'm, in a lot of ways I still, I'm changing, behaviors in my life that I'm not happy with.
right.
Um,
And you're
you know,
probably
you
getting
have
more aware of things and how to kind of approach them through your studies because that's kind of
Yeah,
how I
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like but you have to wake up every day and actively make those changes. You can't be
right,
passive in it.
right. And she doesn't change anything about
No,
how her
she
day is.
doesn't.
It's the
No.
same thing. She wakes
Yep.
up, she films a mukbang, and then she live streams with no idea what she's going to talk about. She'll just come
Yep.
out and talk about triggering stuff like this with no warnings.
Yeah, and I was craving this, so I decided to have this,
Right.
you
I
know.
think she comes on here sometimes, and I think that I think she used to garner more sympathy from people, and so they would send her super chats and, give memberships out. And I have noticed that there's a lot less of that activity since she returned from Canada.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
She's not getting the favor of the money from her
No.
audience like she used to.
No. No.
I think they're kind of getting sick of her excuses, you
Yeah,
know.
absolutely. Nothing changes. Nothing
Right.
changes if nothing changes.
Right. But she says she's changing. Okay, keep going, Chantel. She's going to keep on going on this topic thing. And then
Yeah, with
we'll
the
start
multiple
wrapping up
food,
because I know we've been here for a while.
even though it's been 10 years, the compulsion is always there.
Yeah, Miss T, you're absolutely right. So,
Yeah.
How do you want me to own my own mess? Like, I don't know, like, what am I not taking responsibility for? Like, giving into a binge is not something that's a moral defect. That's what you're not getting. Like, that's why you think these things. That's why there's so much negative stigma towards binge eating disorder, because people think that not caving in to the food is some kind of moral personality defect, and it's not. Most of the time it's like beyond your control, and you have to, in my way of taking responsibility would be to find a proper path of recovery, like take it seriously. Yes, for sure, that I agree with, sure. But it still doesn't like make me a bad person. It doesn't make people a bad people in general, just because of that.
Okay. How much projection is going on there? Does she feel
well,
bad about herself? I mean, oh, that's a lot to unpack. And do you want to, talk about what Miss T said first and then tackle
oh,
that?
no, yeah, it was just what I commented, earlier is that, anybody overcoming an addiction and being in recovery, it is a daily struggle. Absolutely it is. And something again, I'm in recovery for some destructive behaviors myself, kind of,
Right.
led me to go back to school.
Right.
Um, and I so yeah, it is, it is a daily struggle. So I understand it. And Miss T's got nailing
Oh
it
yeah.
right on. You know, and no, having an addiction is not a moral failing.
Right.
Having a
Thank
mental
you.
health, having a
Thank
mental
you.
health, yeah, condition is not a moral failing. No,
Thank
it's
you.
not. It
Right.
doesn't make you a bad person.
Right. We certainly love to demonize some alcoholics, and they really do have a mental health issue.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, there's
Um,
shown signs of
you
brain
may
chemical
do,
changes.
yeah, it is. And
And
you may
some
do
people
bad,
don't get the effect of the alcohol, like, like someone like me, who's literally, like, sick after one drink, you know?
right?
They
Yeah,
have a high tolerance often, these people, they find, and it's
yeah,
genetically
yeah,
predispositioned. Is that
yes,
correct?
yeah, it is. Yeah, addiction is is a predisposition. Um, and you know, you may do bad things when you're an addict, you
Right.
know, but you know that doesn't that's the disease, right? That's
Right.
not, you know, um and every in you can, you know, people can overcome it, but it does take work.
Right.
And just saying I have this disease does not give you an excuse to do those, you know, to be a bad person.
Right.
Um,
Right. It's like you still need to take some personal responsibility to, if you
yes,
genuinely care about yourself and you know you have these patterns of behavior, then you do need. And she says, I know I need to work on it, but she doesn't work on it.
she doesn't work on it. And again, she's just saying that, you know, um, she just said here, you know, I'm taking responsibility by acknowledging I have it. Well, okay. But no, you're not taking responsibility because you're not you've acknowledged she's acknowledged multiple times this is a mental health disorder.
Right.
I can't control it. It's a mental health disease. I can't control it. I don't have any control over it. Okay. So what does that tell you then? If you do not have any control over this, then what are you going to do to gain control over it?
Right. Absolutely. She's like acting like no addict because she has a food addiction. She's like, I guess because you have to have food to eat and survive, that somehow I think that she thinks that's a different type of addiction. I don't know. It's like, oh, I don't know. I just find it interesting that that she's, obviously she doesn't want to be thought of as a bad person, It's not a bad
Right.
person.
Yeah.
No, it's not the food that makes you the bad person, Chantel. It's all some of
No.
the other behaviors you have.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
And yes, we don't want to stigmatize mental health or have people believe that if you do have a mental health disorder, that you have no control to help manage that. Because that is bad advice. That is
It
so
is.
antiquated. And that
Yep.
Chantel, I feel, is perpetuating this idea that, you know, she's kind of garnering the understanding and sympathy that people are having more towards being, understanding just how much we as people are impacted by mental health. But I feel like she's then twisting it to her advantage.
She is. Yeah, she is. You know, she relies on it as an excuse as to why she can't change
Right.
while
She's no
acknowledging,
personal responsibility.
yeah, yeah. So,
While saying she's taking responsibility because
right. Yes.
she's verbalizing it to her audience. I have this
Yeah.
problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and her audience is
And
supposed to help fix her of these problems too. You know that.
you know, if she wanted to come online and talk about it, but then also talk about what she was actually and sharing what she, you know, she was actually getting, you know, the intervention she needed to help overcome it, then, you know, her channel would take off again like a rocket.
Right.
So,
Right, but she rather like find people who probably feel like also a victim to it in some way, I
yes.
think sometimes, and
Yeah.
therefore they can kind of get together and have a safety in numbers.
Yeah. So by, I mean, so by treating, you know, saying she has no control over it, and you know playing the victim, and saying that she's actually adding more stigma to it, because she is basically saying that you know this disease is so bad that I nobody can have any control of it over
Right.
it.
Right. Right. Because nobody ever has before. Like everybody who
Yeah.
has this disorder has had no chance of ever switching it around.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're all just, yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. I promise you, and then we'll wrap it up because I've stolen so much of your time
Thinking is
tonight.
not a
Just
choice.
people
It's
are
fine.
saying
No,
such
nobody.
interesting things
So
in the
like,
chat.
if you think that people choose to have this problem, no, people don't choose diseases.
No, but you can you choose to stay within it. You choose whether you want to recover from it or not.
Right. Right. And that's the one thing we get as adults more than anything is choices.
Hmm.
Choices to change our behaviors. And I feel
And
that
she's in the unique position where she doesn't have anybody. She doesn't have children that are depending on her. She
right,
doesn't have a workplace that she needs to go to every day.
right.
you know she has, in some sense, she has the world at her feet. you know
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think she's definitely taken advantage of that.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's
Like,
disappointing for her that she doesn't make the money that she did once when she was just a total train wreck, which is a whole nother thing.
but she talks about how she was so unhappy
Well,
and
yes, those
miserable.
behaviors just scream to me unhappiness.
Yeah.
Being that
Mhm.
destructive and reliant
Yeah.
and, sitting around waiting for a man to call when he's only gonna call because he thinks you're gonna do something, it just
Yeah. So,
oh,
like, how many of us here would love the opportunity to be able to spend, you know, 8 hours a day focusing on themselves and making, improving themselves, and not have to
right.
worry about anything else.
Oh, it'd be ideal.
Yeah. Like,
I would love that. I've had to, unfortunately, because I have this raging infection, so I've, been doing more YouTube because I can't work because
right.
because I'm a nurse
Yeah.
and it doesn't look good to have
Yeah.
an open infection on your face. Unfortunately, I had nasal surgery and I've just got this spot that's just, but my doctor says I'm on the way to clear today. There was no purulence, it was all serous. And, but I am getting ready to take more antibiotics, everybody. So we got more to come and then some back to band to go on it. But, I'm turning a quarter, but this is my third course of antibiotics. That's why it's so interesting to hear a uncontrolled type 2 diabetic just clearing up a lesion like that.
Yes. Yes. With a little bit of cream
Antibiotic ointment.
and a shower. Yeah.
Yes, 3 times a day washing.
Yep.
And she was, she took care of that, open sore lesion or whatever she had going on because we'll never
Yeah.
know. I went through 12 different diabetic illnesses. I think you may have been there that
I
time.
did. Yes.
Just to kind of, because people talk about the boils, they might be diabetic ulcers.
Hmm.
So, I mean, she is potentially getting them, but it's probably coming from her uncontrolled and managed type 2 diabetes, which just to me, and then this, just for me is just scary as a healthcare professional
Right.
because she's just doesn't seem to care that it's going to affect her health. I mean, I
No.
know she can't feel good. She doesn't do anything.
No. No. Yeah.
Yeah, and she is gonna lose muscle tone in those legs. She just doesn't exercise. I mean, she's just
No.
very sedentary. You
Yeah, and
probably
that's why I said she needs physical therapy along with, you know,
oh, yeah, and she needs physical
therapy.
therapy for that sciatica too.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that's what the doctor agreed that she had. Okay.
What? He wasn't. Buckwheat is healthy, yeah. How is Julia doing? She is doing wonderfully. She's sleeping right now. I've been Jersey girl. This is where people don't know. Like, I've been to therapy countless times, And how do you know I'm not? Like, I literally started therapy in Canada, and I have resources to continue therapy here. That I don't really want to make these things public and talk about them publicly. I think it's healthier for me to keep certain things like that aside. But like, how do you know I'm not? You know, like people just assume.
Okay. How do you feel about that response? Do you think she's getting the therapy services she needs in Kuwait?
No.
No.
No. Not at all. Because again, I think that any therapist would, or a lot of therapists would likely say to her, you need to get offline.
Right.
So,
Right. You need
and
to
whenever,
not keep showing your, addiction so publicly,
yeah,
because
yeah,
that's just fueling you to keep it sustained.
yeah.
And
So,
she doesn't look
and
for other content. She doesn't
no,
look.
she doesn't. And I think that, again, someone who's really serious about changing, she would acknowledge that being online is a huge contributor to her problems.
Right. And I felt she was
And
very defensive in her response there.
oh yeah, she is. Yeah, yeah. How do you know I'm not? Well, you just answered it. That's how.
Right. Right. Because
Yeah,
she
you can
gets
tell by
really
her response, her
right.
body language.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think she realizes that people can pick up on this stuff.
Yeah.
That she's got us all fooled. That we really do believe she's getting a lot of therapeutic care. She's got resources in Canada, which is probably the website that they directed her to.
Right. Yeah. So, and again, yeah, you
And she's
know,
not going to be treated in Kuwait via a therapist in Canada, correct? She's not going to be like
well,
taking
it could it
telehealth, or could she?
no, it could be done online, like through, um WebEx or Zoom or whatever. No, it could be for
Okay.
sure. Um, I don't think it would be covered by our healthcare. I think she would have to pay for it. It would
Okay.
be private therapy, which
And that
again
would
would lead me to
probably
think
preclude
that
her to not wanting to do it.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So, um, but and if it was online and it was being paid by our healthcare, then I would say that she's probably lying to the healthcare provider and saying that she's in Canada, because I believe it would be against um the regulations for them to treat her
Right.
if
So
she
she
was
wouldn't have
out
been
of
able just
country.
to say, I'm going to Kuwait, and they still want to keep that professional relationship
Right.
going.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think that yeah, um
Right.
it
And she
would be
might,
some sort of
she still says she's located in Canada per her YouTube channel for the
yeah,
Canadian AdSense.
yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me if she was being deceitful to a healthcare provider. That would not surprise me.
Right.
But I think that she's not doing it at all.
Right. Yeah.
If
She
she
might look at
was,
something on TikTok every once in a blue moon.
yeah, exactly. If she was, you would see some changes in her
Right.
behaviors.
Right. That's right. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that, because her sort of, this is where I think people think she's defiant, with that type of behavior where she got very, oh, well, I don't have to share everything,
Yeah,
and so, you don't know what I'm doing.
yeah.
And I
So,
think people can tell that you're kind of being reactive to their questions.
mhm,
All right, keep
yeah.
going, Chantel. She's going to go on more about this, and then we'll start getting it wrapped up, because we're getting tired over here. I can tell, and you've been awesome, funny girl. I know that the
Thank
audience
you.
is really enjoying this topic tonight. I can tell through the chat.
Minute
Well,
by
I've
minute. Hour.
loved being
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
Me too. I love you being here. I find this fascinating.
I'm forced to physically eat right, but your brain still wants what it wants. Yeah, it's hard. Hi, Creepy Comfort. Thank you. There's no way to really make people make people understand unless you go through it. Like I can't, Nikki, welcome to Very Important Bees. Race of Bees.
That's untrue.
Having all that food in the house.
What do you want to say
Yeah,
about that?
Oh, I was just gonna say some people might have difficulty understanding, but again, I think a lot of people do understand.
Right. I think there is a lot. I think she's got this very antiquated view of mental health services that,
It's that unique perspective, right?
oh, is
Oh,
that what that
you,
is?
yeah, that's what it is. It's you
Okay.
can't possibly understand what I'm going through because I'm
Uh,
special.
okay. Okay.
Smoky Stephen Mark nail that one pretty good quite a bit.
Oh, they did. Yeah, she's
Yeah,
very special.
yeah,
She's very unique. Nobody has experienced anything the way Chantel
yeah,
has.
yeah.
Even her flying.
Amberlynn has it too.
Oh, she does. Well, we're all so
Yes,
wonderful and unique, aren't we, funny girl?
yes, yes.
I get told I'm unique with my accent, and I try to avoid that.
Yeah.
But I get people pointing out how I'm unique. I don't try to point out those things, but I just get told. It's amazing, the internet. Okay. All right. Keep going, Chantel.
it probably is. You're right. Yeah. I don't make my binges public. I don't consider what I had last night to be a binge, so it's not a binge. And honestly, I have no problem with making binges like in a way public for like educational purposes. Glorifying it, no. But like I've said many times, mukbangs, what I ate yesterday is not a binge, and that's like binging is personal. It's what I ate last night could be a catalyst for a binge later. Luckily, last night it wasn't. As you can see, I didn't even eat the third pizza. I'm going to use it as a public.
So she ate 3 packets of ramen and 2 pizzas and saved the third one. So
Mhm.
she was just eating a regular, late night supper.
She didn't eat that third pizza, but who knows what else she ate. Right?
Right. So it's funny
I
because
mean,
I think she came out saying that she was had a binge, and then now she's kind of backtracking on it. Is that what I'm
yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
understanding?
because she's getting defensive, right?
Right.
You know, 'cause she talked about earlier about how when she was cooking her binge meal, she doesn't think about it. She just goes into autopilot,
Right.
so yeah. So
But now she's saying
she's
that that amount of food
that
she
wasn't
ate
a bitch.
that wouldn't be
Yeah.
considered.
Yeah.
Would that be considered a binge potentially? That amount of food, or would she? Because she obviously got full.
I mean, to me, it could
It's hard
be.
to say with
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
It was a huge quantity of food. I know that much.
It was a
For
huge
most of
quantity
us.
of food in a short period of time.
Yes. Yeah, very
So
short period of time.
that meets the criteria that I read off earlier of a
Right,
binge.
right. We're not diagnosing or treating Chantel. We're just speculating and having
No.
conversations that are educational and informational and using her as a case study. Okay, keep going, Chantel. We're going to wrap this up soon.
Public frisbee,
I
but it's not something like it would start, okay, it's late at night. I can't sleep because I'm thinking it's like a compulsion. I can't explain what it does to your brain. Like it's like almost like a panic mode. It's all you can think about, and all that food is there. You have access to it, and you can make that nagging compulsion go away. So it usually wins. It usually wins if And yeah, I'm weak against
but
it.
she has no coping strategies, I guess.
She has no coping strategies. Again, so that's where a professional can help you, can
Right,
help give you some coping strategies. And she's right. Everything she's describing there is absolutely right. That absolutely aligns with someone who has a craving and can't get rid of that craving.
right. And it
You
could
know,
be
you do.
whatever your addiction of choices, whether it's
Yep.
shopping,
Yep.
gambling,
Yep.
alcohol,
And
sex.
you become obsessed with it until and it is a compulsion until you get that fix.
Right. And she
Yeah.
gets it real easy. It's constant.
Yeah.
She's just totally always accessing her fixes.
Yeah.
And if she doesn't want to
So
cook it, Salah will bring it to her.
yeah. So, she is describing, exactly that need for a fix. But again, what are you going to do to change that? Because that is
Right.
always going to be there.
Right. And I don't know if we'll ever see her change. Not when she's
Right.
so unwilling. All right, let's finish her
Yeah.
out on this topic.
it for sure. I mean, obviously, So, but that's generally how it is. But I think that if people want to show a binge because to show people, like to share people who are going through that, sure, it's like people sharing. It's a disease. It's like people sharing any other part of their life, negative part of their life. If it's to help people, if it's to show people what binge eating is like, I don't find there's any problem with that. YouTube, in my opinion, monetizes worse. It monetizes a lot of hate channels, which in my opinion are worse. So that's my opinion.
Okay. Where are the hate channels over here?
Yeah, I know.
I'm just a hater.
Yeah.
Happy National Nurses Week, everybody, by the way.
Okay,
Just,
nurses are the
because,
backbone of our healthcare system.
right, because registered nurses don't win every year as the most trusted profession in the United States
Yeah.
and have for like the
Yeah.
last 20 years. There's nobody
Yeah.
else that people trust as much as even
No.
registered nurses,
No.
even
My
more than the
partner,
doctor.
yeah, my partner works in healthcare, and so I know nurses are he's not a medical professional, but he works in healthcare, and so I
Right.
know nurses are the backbone and the front lines of healthcare systems. So
Absolutely, especially hospitals. I don't think that people
yep.
realize how much nurses run the hospitals.
Yep.
Often the
Yep.
CEO of the hospital is probably an old nurse. There's a lot
Yep.
of them,
Yep.
because we're the ones who do the bed flow, the ones who tell the
Mhm.
doctors where we think patients should be placed, more than the
Yep.
doctor. Sometimes they'll call us in the emergency room, like with a patient, and say, "I need this patient." No, it's
Mhm.
not an oncology case. A person's had that goiter for 20 years. Adult failure to thrive. Get them on the med surg floor. Send them to me. I always wanted to send me the adult failures to thrive.
Yeah.
Basically, little elderly folk, It's like, gosh, Anyway, all right, keep going, Chantel, because we're all getting tired. And you really, I felt this is an interesting a video just because she does talk so much about it.
People don't
Yes.
understand the medical system, don't give a flying F about eating disorder. I feel like they really don't. Yep, you're right. Hi, Gina.
Oh, that's awesome. It's
Effexor. I've been on Effexor. I didn't do anything. I don't know. I didn't do anything.
It's just like any other. You have to be your own advocate.
Right, and I feel like she wants people advocating for her, maybe?
Yeah. She
Which
just
I
wants
feel
to be
like
able
her
to walk
family
in.
has done, possibly.
Yeah. No, she wants to be able to walk into any place and say, "Fix me now."
Right. I don't
Yeah.
need to have an appointment time. I've
Yeah.
walked into the building. You should be at
Yeah.
my beck and call. Fix me.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why she likes the emergency room.
Yep.
Because she feels like she gets that fast attention she wants.
Mhm.
She doesn't get that at the urgent care in Canada. She don't like to have to wait in line with those other people.
No, I know. And at every emergency room visit she has, they are telling her you need to follow up with your primary care or
he's your primary care doctor so that you
Yeah.
can have your discharge appointment.
Yeah.
Because they
Yeah.
want you to follow up with your primary care within 2 weeks
Yeah.
of a hospital visit. At least here in the US. I don't know if it's a similar standard in Canada, but here in the
Mhm.
US, they want you to have followed up with your primary. That's what's advised. Because if you
Yep.
have a chronic condition that then needs to be managed, you're not managing it out of an emergency room. That's why it
Exactly.
always interests me when people are upset when, the emergency rooms don't diagnose every one of their illnesses and take care of
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Like a primary care, because that's what they
Yeah,
want. They want
exactly.
primary care, but they want it rapidly. They don't want to have to wait, even here in the US now, because we've got, an aging population and more call for healthcare services, we've just, we have a lot of, older people that use up a lot of healthcare service.
Mhm.
A
It's the
lot.
same here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, you expect, but sometimes they haven't been always great about getting it when they were younger, and they've just waited till retirement here in Medicare.
Yeah.
That's one of the problems in the US, is people will push it off until they get Medicare almost. And, where they can, have it through Social Security more than, through
Mhm.
their employment,
And
because they
that's
don't
how
want to take time off of work. Okay, keep going, Chantel,
Yeah.
because we're all getting tired and we were going to finish you up.
Thank
girl.
you, Bella. The
I think we're about
temperature,
to
it was
finish this
actually nice
topic.
today, but it was rainy. That's the only problem. A binge is also different for each person, the size, the food eaten. Exactly. So you can't say to someone, that's definitely a binge because it's, it's personal. You don't know, Um, I could understand if I had a whole table of food and like I said, like literally like at night, like if I have a full on binge, like autopilot binge, I'll make more. I had 2 packs of noodles for dinner. I'll make 2 packs more, 2 or 3, bread and labna, all kinds of pickles and olives. Like I'll have a spread of food and I'll just go through it in like no time. And then it's not just about what you're eating; it's the psychological effect of like after. It's like the feeling like you feel like ashamed. You feel like that's why you do it in secret. You don't monetize it. You feel like I don't feel
So
good.
you notice
What am
how
I
she's
doing?
talking
This is
about
the last.
this in the third person. She's not saying I feel ashamed,
Right.
I'm disgusted with my behavior. She's talking about you feel this, you feel that.
Yeah.
So those are all projection. She's not acknowledging that she's feeling any of that. So that just tells me again, because as someone who would be advising who would suggest any sort of treatment, would say, I want you to write down what you're feeling when these instances occur.
Right.
And then we'll talk about, dealing with those feelings, next time we talk. You know, so this just tells me that she just, okay, what does the internet say about binge eating?
Right.
Because what she's talking about there is almost exactly what I said at the beginning when I defined binge eating.
Right. Oh, yeah. And she, there are times when I listen to her and she's either verbatim copied what a creator has said, or it sounds like she's getting it off of an internet site.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
it's not because she's actually done the work. She's being
So
self-reflective.
exactly. So if she was, in active therapy, I would expect to hear language like, I felt like I was so upset with myself
Right.
after, and then, but she's not using any of that type of language.
Right. And you do notice that when people notice it, when people start doing, really extensive therapy, that the way that they
Mhm.
do talk about things and approach things, it does change. It does change how they start to use language to express things. And she doesn't
Yeah.
show any signs of growth.
No. So if you're listening, Foodie,
Oh, and she does.
well, I can see right through you.
Right. And I think that she doesn't think, that people can, because she's got the shield. She's got a disorder. We can't come after
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
She's
Yes.
off limits because we have
That's
haters
right.
here.
Yes.
We're haters, funny girl, because we're actually trying to educate the audience,
Yeah.
in an informative way around these topics that all of these content creators just willingly come out and talk about with no evidence, no expertise,
Yeah.
except the fact that they're experiencing it on an anecdotal level, and therefore they're the expert.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm an expert teacher because I went to school.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to get that a lot from about when I worked as a teacher. Like, I went to
Yeah.
school, yeah, but it doesn't mean you understand pedagogy.
Yeah.
It's like it's a little bit more than just being the student, okay?
I kind of like it, and this is again, it's very base level, but I kind of, I like to say, oh, I have an iPhone, so that means I can be the CEO of Apple.
Right, right. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We're all experts nowadays.
Yeah.
Because it's our lived experience, which makes it mean that we're an expert, which doesn't mean that lived experiences aren't important. But I think one of the things, and we'll let her go on, that I find troublesome when it comes especially to health topics, whether it's mental health, physical health, is that sort of, anecdotal use of the story. I'm the expert because it happened to me.
Yeah.
With no really, and now I get to have a channel talking about it because I'm
Mhm.
experiencing it, which is good. You want people to see shared experiences, but it doesn't make you suddenly the expert. unless you actually studied it as a field of study and got a licensure.
Exactly.
And none of these people are Chantel not licensed, okay, to give her own diagnosis. And I'm not licensed that way to do a diagnosis. I would be in about a couple of years.
I'm going to do this, tomorrow I'm going to like eat less to make up for it. Like things like this,
Yeah, I don't think that happens.
Yeah.
No.
Thanks. Overeating is a problem too, but a lot of the time there's reasons for overeating that's independent. Sometimes no, but I don't think people that generally just overeat are to a point they don't eat themselves to being ill, and to have chronic illness and stuff like that. I don't know, maybe. See, I don't know what it's like to just be a normal, just overeater. Like here, I'm just gonna have eat too much dinner, have 2 plates of dinner or something like that. For me, the problem, that's why I always try to start with the binging, getting rid of that. Like if I can tackle that, because that's the biggest problem for me. Can you admit though that?
Yeah, she's doing a great job tackling it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
She's got all the excuses over here, I feel.
Yeah. So that wasn't a binge, but it wasn't overeating either. Gotcha.
It's not food addiction, I guess, either. She's just having
Mhm.
a second supper.
Yes.
What don't we understand? It was not a huge
Mhm.
amount of food. For her, that was actually a very limited quantity of food, though the rest of
Yeah.
us were horrified at the amount of food. People say it was 3 packets of ramen. She's still sticking to 2. So anyway, let's play her out, and then we're getting tired, and we're gonna wrap it up, guys. Soon we'll finish her out.
It was 2 packs of
And we're
noodles.
gonna
then.
wrap it up in
How can
about
I
the
miss
next
something that's
6
not true? That
minutes.
was 2
That'll
packs
be
of
4
noodles.
hours, and we're tired.
You can also tell people they don't know what a binge is. Yes. Where's Teardrop? I don't know. I hope she's okay. Once you binge eat, you want to go work out because you hate yourself. Yeah, it's a really bad psychological issue too. How do I not throw up? I know. I don't know. I got my jammies from. Hi, Teardrop. There she is.
I mean,
Someone
let's
just
just
asked me
finish
where you
this
were.
out because we've been listening. Obviously, she just continues in this rhetoric, throughout most of this video. Let's summarize because we've been here for quite a long time, and I can tell we're both getting tired. And I know you're very busy. So, what would be your biggest takeaways from just this video that we observed this evening with Miss Chantel and where she is with her progress?
Well, she hasn't made any changes to her behavior since returning to Kuwait.
Do
Not
you
that I
think
was
she's eating
expecting
less
any.
or more than she was in Canada? Because she tried to allude that when she's in Canada, Salal doesn't see her, so she goes more
I
hard.
I think she's eating the same. She's eating the same.
I mean, the girl drinks gravy.
Yeah. Like, no, she's eating the same. She's changed nothing other than the fact that she jumped in a pool for a few minutes.
Right.
So,
Right. Which everyone was nervous that she was going to break an ankle.
yeah.
So, how do we, as a case study, see her way? And just to finish out, because obviously we're getting tired, and we've talked a lot about Chantel's potential behaviors tonight. Kind of, what are you seeing here? I know we've talked about it, but just summarize so we can just summarize it and finish it out here.
So, if I was presenting this case study, I would say, based on the behaviors that were presented, I would suggest immediate intervention to deal with mental health issues, and obviously primary care physician to deal with any of the physical issues. And along with being diagnosed as a type 2 diabetes, a dietitian would come along with that as well,
Right.
obviously.
Right.
But she would need constant, daily, I would say, immediate, daily contact with
Right.
a
Because I
medical
would
team.
Right, because I would think that Canada, having seen her go into the emergency room, they want to try to prevent her from having any real catastrophic illnesses that are really going to land her in the hospital. Because, like I said, those cardiac patients, they'll be in there for 6 months
Mhm. Yeah.
recovering from a coronary artery bypass
Yeah.
surgery. You get into 4 vessels, you're definitely in the hospital for months.
Mhm. Yeah.
I don't
So,
think
I mean,
she
and
understands what it's like to have your rib cage cracked open, so they have to
no,
get veins from your leg, which she probably wouldn't have good veins having been a diabetic.
no, probably
So
not.
her ability to actually even then get a bypass is really light. Like,
Mhm.
she's not a great candidate because she probably has
No.
they have to, like, take out your saphenous vein and use that to hook up around your diseased arteries.
Yeah, no.
It's a
She,
really
you know.
intense surgery.
Yep. So, but, everything she's presented here is just excuses as to why she acts the way she does with no plan to make any changes.
Right, and she hasn't really I don't think has she come out with any more where she talks about it being an eating disorder, or was it this period where she kind of talked about it a little bit more, and she's kind of moved on from the topic now?
Yeah, she's moved on. Yeah. So,
Okay.
till the next time that she needs to use it as an excuse.
The next time she, supposedly tries to clickbait a 1 a.m. food video
Yeah.
where people are like, just that's not, but she doesn't like to put the binges online, of course, she said. The
No.
real ones that
Yeah.
she has where she, eats a lot of food, she does those
Mhm.
in private because we
Yeah.
never see her eat a lot of food.
And if she, and I don't doubt it. I'm sure she's eating constantly.
I mean, one, the diabetes is gonna ramp that up.
Mhm.
I mean, and with her having zero control, so I feel like because she has, and I'm not trying to give you a reason, Chantel, to be out of control, okay? But it's going to, trigger that compulsion even more because there
Mhm.
is a polyphagia that comes with it,
Yep.
needing to eat because you're not
Yep.
getting the energy because your insulin isn't working effectively. So your body's like, I
Yes.
need energy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
All right. Well, I so appreciate you being here tonight, funny girl. I've had you for
well,
4 hours, so I'm gonna let your partner enjoy his Friday night with you.
oh,
Let you
he's in
get
bed.
oh, he is?
Yeah.
Now the guys
So,
love
well,
listening to this stuff.
yeah. Well, thank you for having me. I
No,
loved it. I hope that the community enjoyed it, and
oh, absolutely. I know they did. I could just tell from the chat and the number of people that were stopping by. I know it's gonna be probably a lot of people when I actually go to see the final numbers in YouTube. Because people coming in now all the time from these live streams. So, and then we had like a really just good core audience. So, let me thank my moderators real quick. Miss Angela Glass was here. Miss Bella Italia was here. I know I saw Brooke A in here. I know Miss Pat Ray's about somewhere. Miss Rosebud was here. She's probably gone to bed because she was in the UK. Am I forgetting any of my mods? I hope not. But all of you, you know how much I appreciate you guys because these guys do a great job, monitoring my chat for me. And just want to thank all the new members that joined this evening. It's so great to get support to the community. Gives me an opportunity to, be encouraged to keep coming out because, like I said, I get people saying, "You're talking about health topics again." And I'm like, it says health and social media commentary. What do you expect me to talk about? That's my area of expertise. You can talk about stuff I don't have any expertise in. Because I know I think that's something that's changing with the internet now too. I think people are understanding, which is why it would be interesting for you with the channel, Funny Girl, is that people are wanting people now who have experience and expertise and licensure in these areas. I think people are kind of over the influencers who are seemingly, not necessarily doing it because they're passionate about these topics, but because they have something to sell.
Right. Exactly.
Like old
Yeah.
Anna, my friend Anna. Okay,
Oh
thank you,
yeah.
Michelle. Oh, she's classic. Okay, and I would love to have your thoughts about her one day. And I definitely, if you are willing, I would love to have you come back because I know there are other topics that we touched upon this evening. And I know that there will be an opportunity. And if you are willing, I would love to have you back.
Yeah, absolutely. I would come back anytime. We can talk about that offline.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. All right. So we got Miss Raventier here. We've got Miss Government Issued Falafel, which is going to win as my favorite name, and good old Miss T. And I know that Miss T brought some good comments here tonight. You all did. You all did.
Yes.
Just, it's been so fun. Any parting words? I'm going to let you finish it out, and then I'm going to play out my theme song.
No, I just again thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. It's my first panel, so I was a little bit nervous, but I enjoyed it. Thanks for the chat. A lot of great comments in the chat too, and I'm happy to provide any information that I can within my limited knowledge as an undergrad.
Hey, don't be harsh on yourself. But undergrad school's hard, man.
Well, you just have to be careful, right? As to what you
And I
say.
have to always tread that line, obviously being an
Yeah,
RN, because we don't treat and diagnose until we become nurse practitioners. And so
exactly.
even though
Yeah,
I have some, a year of study into that field, I still, respect that I never diagnose a patient. Now once they've
yeah,
told me they got type 2 diabetes and it's full on, then I get to talk
right.
about it from an
Yeah.
educational
So,
standpoint.
yeah. So, but yeah. So, thanks again, and I hope everyone has a great weekend. And I'm
Yes.
sure I'll be catching some videos and lives soon.
Yes. Yes. I actually want to wish everybody a happy Mother's Day this coming weekend here. I don't know if it's
Yes,
the same in Canada, but I know here in the
it
US. So
is. Yes.
I just want to say to all the moms out there, happy Mother's Day. It's work that you do that may be unrecognized. And I'm sure Chantel is just going to be just just giving her mother so much love and attention for Mother's Day. I'm sure she's got big plans to send flowers.
Yes, I'm sure she does.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure she's gonna be grateful for all the, support her mother has given her. And for anybody who's been out, because poor Bella, I hope you're doing well. Bella, has experienced some of the severe weather that we've had here in the United States. So anybody who's, experiencing anything, I just wish everybody safety and make sure you wash your hands.
Yes, stay safe, everyone.
I think that covers all our bases. I want to say for finishing out the show tonight. But thank you, funny girls, so much for your time. I can't thank you enough. And encourage people to join my channel too. So that to me is awesome. So thank you guys so much for that. All of you coming in. I'm gonna take us off. I'm gonna take Chantel off the stage. And then I'm bringing us off. I'm taking you off the stage, Miss Funny Girl, but we'll catch up
All right.
the other way. So thank you so much. Have a great weekend. And any fur moms out there, let's not forget our fur moms
That's right.
like me. And this weekend, because we're moms too, All right, guys. I had a great time this night. I hope everybody enjoyed the conversation that we had. I really do appreciate everybody. I'm going to get my branding up. I'm going to play out my theme song. All of you who have just shown the support, I really had a great time. I really enjoyed my conversation with Funny Girl. All of you participating in the chat, you rock. All right, everyone. Happy weekend. Bye.